Hey, I hope your day was decent, or at least not too rough. Wherever you're listening from, maybe your bedroom, maybe your car, maybe somewhere you're not even sure how to describe, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Nighttime Stories. This is where we talk about the strange stuff, the things people don't always say out loud, the kind of stories that stick with you when everything else goes quiet. If that sounds like your kind of thing, feel free to subscribe. No pressure, just a place for people who like the darker side of things. Now relax, and let's get into tonight's first story. I was on a solo backpacking trip deep in Vermont, far from cell service and the noise of civilization. I wanted to get away, clear my head, and maybe find some peace in the woods. What I did not expect was to feel like I was being watched every single night. It started on the second night, just after I set up camp. I was sitting by the fire, the flames flickering and casting long shadows through the pines, when I caught sight of a figure standing just at the edge of the clearing. At first I thought it was another hiker, but there was something off about him. He was tall and thin, almost gaunt, with long limbs that looked too big for his body. He did not move closer or say anything. He just stood there watching. I called out once, thinking maybe he was lost or needed help, but he vanished into the trees before I could get a response. After that night, the figure appeared every evening, always the same spot, just beyond the firelight, standing motionless among the pines. I tried to tell myself it was a trick of the light, or my imagination running wild after a long day on the trail. But the feeling of being watched was too strong to ignore. Sometimes I thought I could hear soft footsteps among the leaves or a faint rustling that stopped whenever I turned to look. During the day, I asked a few locals in the small towns nearby if they had heard any stories about strange people or legends in the woods. Most shrugged and smiled nervously, but one old man leaned in close and whispered about the woodsman. He said the woodsman was a ghost or spirit who steals voices to lure hikers deeper into the forest, trapping them forever. It sounded like a scary tale to keep people away from certain areas, but it made me wonder if what I was seeing was more than just a person. On the fourth night, something changed. As I lay in my tent trying to fall asleep, I heard whispering coming from just outside the tree line. The voice was soft and low, like the wind passing through the branches, but the words were clear and chilling. The woodsman was saying things only I knew, secrets from my childhood that I had never told anyone. It felt like he was inside my head, speaking directly to me, stripping away the walls I had built around those memories. I sat up trembling, shining my flashlight toward the trees. The light caught a figure moving between the trunks, tall and thin, just like before. He was closer now, but still out of reach. I wanted to scream or run, but my body was frozen, trapped by fear and disbelief. The whispers stopped, replaced by silence that was heavy and thick. I lay back down, heart pounding, unsure if I had imagined the whole thing or if it was real. Each night after that, the whispers returned, sometimes louder, sometimes barely audible. They told stories of my past, mixing truth and shadow, weaving a web I could not escape. I started to dread the darkness, the silence, and the watchful eyes hiding in the pines. I kept telling myself I would leave the next morning, but something held me there, like the woodsman was waiting for me to make a choice. On the final night, I saw him again, this time closer, standing at the edge of my campfire's glow. But there was something different. The face was mine, or at least it looked like mine, twisted and shadowed, wearing an expression that I could not place. It was as if the woodsman had learned from me, taken my voice and my image to become something more dangerous, and unknowable. I did not sleep that night. I packed my things before dawn and left the forest as fast as I could. The image of that face burned into my mind. Now that I am back in the city, I still hear the whispering sometimes, faint and distant, reminding me that the woodsman is always watching, waiting. I do not know if what I saw was a real person stalking me, a cult playing some twisted game, or a forest spirit learning from those who cross its path. Maybe it is all of these things, or none of them. All I know is that when you are alone in the woods, the shadows have eyes, and the silence has a voice. The days after that second night felt strangely heavy, as if the woods had shifted somehow, settling into a rhythm I could neither predict nor escape. I tried to focus on the trail ahead, to drown out the feeling of those long, thin eyes watching me from the tree line. Every time I stopped to set up camp or make a fire, I found myself glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that figure standing silently among the pines. But when I turned, there was only empty forest, quiet and still except for the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. The thing is, you learn to live with that quiet, even when it's filled with a tension you cannot shake. On the third day, I met a couple of locals in a small town nestled near the edge of the forest. I asked about any stories or warnings, hoping to make sense of the strange presence I'd been feeling. The older man I spoke with lowered his voice and said, "People talk about the woodsman. He's been watching those trails for longer than anyone can remember. They say he steals voices, luring travelers deeper until they're lost forever." It sounded like a tale to scare hikers away from the woods, but the look in his eyes made me doubt it was just a story. That evening, as I sat near the fire, the temperature seemed to drop. The flames flickered and cast erratic shadows on the surrounding trees. I thought I heard movement, soft footsteps brushing through the fallen leaves beyond the glow. My flashlight barely cut through the darkness. Then I heard a whisper, faint at first, so low I thought it might be the wind. But the words were clear and unsettling. The voice spoke fragments from my past, details from my childhood, memories I never shared with anyone. It was as if someone had been listening to my secrets, gathering them in the dark. I froze, my heart beating hard enough to echo in my ears. I swung the flashlight toward the trees, and for a moment I caught the outline of a figure, tall and thin, just beyond the edge of the light. It stood motionless, like a statue carved from shadow and silence. I wanted to speak, to ask who he was or what he wanted, but no words came. The whispers faded into the night, leaving only the heavy silence that pressed down around me. Sleep was elusive after that. My dreams became restless, filled with endless forests and unseen eyes. Sometimes I dreamed of being followed by the tall figure, his face always hidden just out of focus. Other times the woodsman seemed to mimic me, wearing my features but twisted, like a reflection in a warped mirror. I would wake with sweat-soaked sheets, the feeling of being watched still clinging to my skin. Despite the fear, I kept moving forward. There was a strange pull, a mix of dread and curiosity that made me want to understand the woodsman's purpose. What was the game he was playing? Was he real or some part of the forest's spirit? Or was it something darker, like a cult preying on lone hikers? I had no answers, only questions that tangled tighter with every step I took. One afternoon, while following a narrow trail, I stumbled upon a small clearing. The ground was covered with old, weathered carving symbols etched into bark and stone. They looked like warnings or rituals, faded but still sharp enough to send a shiver down my spine. I sat down, studying the carvings, feeling like I was touching pieces of a puzzle that stretched beyond my understanding. The woodsman's presence felt stronger here, as if the air itself held his watchful gaze. That night, I decided to confront the fear head-on. I built a bigger fire and sat with my back to the trees, eyes scanning every shadow. As the hours passed, the whispers returned, weaving through the crackling flames. This time, the voice was clearer, softer, almost coaxing. It spoke my name, then spoke of things I had buried deep inside regrets, secrets, and fears I thought were long forgotten. I spoke back, though my voice trembled. I told the woodsman I was not afraid to listen, that I wanted to understand. The whispers softened and then faded, leaving a silence that felt less oppressive than before. Maybe he was trying to communicate, not just haunt. The next morning, I found a small bundle near the edge of the clearing, a collection of twigs tied with a faded ribbon, and a smooth stone, painted with strange markings. I picked them up carefully, feeling a strange warmth pass through me. It was as if the woodsman had left me a token, a sign that he knew I was listening. The days that followed were a strange balance of fear and fragile connection. The woodsman appeared less often at the edge of my camp, his figure flickering in and out like a half-remembered dream. The whispers changed too, becoming less accusatory and more like a story being told slowly, piece by piece. I knew my time in the forest was limited. The solitude was part of why I came, but the weight of those nights was starting to crush the peace I sought. I promised myself I would leave once I had understood enough, even if I never fully unraveled the woodsman's mystery. On the final night before I planned to hike out, I sat by the dying fire, the stars bright above the dark canopy. I thought I was alone until I caught movement beyond the trees. A figure stepped into the light, tall and thin as always, but this time something was different. The face was mine, or a twisted version of it. His eyes held all the secrets and fears I had tried to hide. I felt a chill that ran deeper than the cold air. It was as if the woodsman was not just watching me but becoming a part of me, wearing my face as a mask. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was rooted to the spot. Then slowly, the figure vanished into the pines, leaving me with the lingering echo of a whisper. The forest remembers. I packed my things at first light and left the woods behind. The weight lifted slightly, but the memory of those nights, the whispers, and the face in the shadows stayed with me. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the city, I swear I hear the woodsman's voice, reminding me that the forest is never truly gone. The mornings after those nights felt surreal, like waking from a dream I was not sure was mine to begin with. The forest around me looked the samatol pines stretching to the sky, soft moss underfoot, birds chirping, but everything felt charged with something I could not see. The air was thick with memories I could not place, like the woods were holding on to secrets just out of reach. I packed my gear slowly, half expecting the tall figure to appear once more at the edge of my camp, but each time there was only silence. I found myself thinking about the stories the locals had shared. The woodsman who steals voices sounded like a myth crafted to keep people away, but after hearing those whispered secrets in the dark, I knew there was more to it. The idea that something or someone could gather pieces of you, the things you thought were safe in your mind, and use them to draw you deeper into the forest, was terrifying. It made me question how much of myself I had already lost out there. On the trail I noticed subtle changes. The trees seemed closer, their shadows deeper. The path narrowed and twisted in ways that did not make sense. I stopped trusting the familiar markers I had set, afraid they might lead me somewhere I did not want to go. Every rustle in the leaves, every snap of a twig felt like a warning. I would freeze, listening for footsteps or breathing, but only the wind answered. One afternoon I came across an old cabin, half hidden by overgrown brush. The wood was weathered and dark, the windows shattered or boarded up. It looked abandoned, but something about it drew me closer. I circled the cabin slowly, noticing carvings on the doorframe symbols I did not recognize, but that seemed familiar somehow. I ran my fingers over the grooves, feeling a strange energy pulse beneath my skin. Inside, the cabin was empty except for a worn journal lying on a broken table. The pages were yellowed and brittle, filled with messy handwriting that told the story of a man who had lived there decades ago. He wrote of loneliness, fear, and an entity in the woods that watched and whispered. His words echoed my own experiences, confirming that the woodsman was more than just a story. The journal spoke of a game, a test, or a trap, and warned to beware the voice that steals your own. That night, I camped near the cabin, my mind racing with questions and fear. The whispers returned, softer but more insistent. They spoke in my voice, twisting my memories and fears into a tangled web. I clutched my notebook, scribbling fragments of what I heard, desperate to hold on to reality. The tall figure appeared briefly in the firelight's edge, his face obscured but his presence undeniable. Sleep did not come easily. I lay awake, haunted by the echoes of the woodsman's voice and the feeling that he was learning, adapting. The forest no longer felt like a place of peace, but a living entity that fed on fear and memory. I wondered if I was being tested, or if I was already lost in a game I could not win. The next day, I followed a faint path deeper into the woods, drawn by a mixture of dread and curiosity. The trees closed in, the light dimmed, and the air grew colder. I found symbols etched into bark and stones, signs of rituals or warnings left by others who had encountered the woodsman. I felt like I was stepping into a story much larger than myself, a story that stretched beyond time. At one point, I came upon a clearing where the ground was disturbed, fresh footprints in the soft earth. They were too large and elongated to be any animal I knew, and they led away into the shadows. I felt a chill run down my spine, knowing I was being watched more closely than ever. I hesitated, wondering if turning back was an option, but the pull to understand was stronger. That evening, the woodsman's voice was clearer than ever. He spoke my name, called out fragments of my past, and spoke of fears I thought buried deep. It was intimate and terrifying. I realized that the woodsman was not just a shadow in the trees, but a reflection of my own fears, a mirror showing what I tried to hide from myself. I spoke aloud, telling him I was not afraid to face the darkness, that I would not let him consume me. The whispers faltered, and for a moment, silence filled the night. It was a fragile peace, but it felt like progress. The days that followed were a mix of fear and hope. I kept walking, learning the language of the woods, reading the signs and confronting the shadows. The woodsman appeared less often, sometimes only as a flicker in the corner of my eye or a whisper carried by the wind. On the last night before I planned to leave, I sat by my campfire under a sky heavy with stars. The forest was silent, the air still. Then from the edge of the clearing the tall figure stepped forward, his face fully visible now, my own face, twisted and shadowed. It was a moment that froze me in place, the lines between hunter and hunted blurring. He spoke no words, only stared with eyes that held all the secrets and fears I carried. I felt a strange calm wash over me, as if the woodsman was not my enemy, but a part of me I had to understand. At dawn, I packed up and left the forest behind, carrying with me the memory of the woodsman and the lessons of the shadows. The journey was far from over, but I felt stronger, ready to face whatever came next. The forest felt different on that fourth day, as if it was watching me as much as I was watching it. I could not tell if the trees were closing in, or if I was just imagining things, but the sense of being followed grew heavier with each step. The sun filtered through the pine needles in dappled patterns, but the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should, darkening the path ahead. My pack felt heavier, and my thoughts swirled with memories I did not want to face. I stopped by a small stream to rest and fill my water bottle. The sound of running water was soothing, but even there I felt eyes on me. I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting to see the tall figure standing motionless, waiting. My mind kept replaying the whispers from the night before, the way the woodsman spoke in my voice, naming things I thought buried deep. The idea that this presence could reach inside me, twist my own fears against me, was terrifying. I thought about the locals and their stories again. The woodsman who steals voices seemed less like a legend now and more like a warning. What did it mean to steal a voice? Was it just a metaphor for luring people deeper into the forest, or was there something more sinister? I wondered if the woodsman collected pieces of those who wandered here, leaving only echoes behind. I pressed on, my feet crunching on dry leaves and broken twigs. The forest was quiet except for the occasional bird call and the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I found old carvings on tree trunks, symbols I could not decipher, but that felt charged with meaning. Some looked like warnings, others like invitations. It was as if I was walking through a language written in bark and stone. That evening, I set up camp in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines. The fire crackled to life, sending sparks into the cool air. I ate in silence, trying to ignore the feeling that I was not alone. As darkness fell, the whispers returned, soft and persistent. They drifted through the trees, weaving in and out of the firelight. The words were fragments, stories half told, names spoken in a voice that was both mine and not mine. I tried to respond, speaking aloud that I was here, that I was listening, and that I was not afraid. The whispers paused, then a quiet laughter floated through the branches. It was neither kind nor cruel, just something ancient and knowing. I lay back, staring at the stars, feeling small beneath the vastness of the sky and the weight of the forest around me. Sleep was broken and uneasy. I dreamed of wandering through endless woods, searching for a voice that called my name but slipped away whenever I reached out. The tall figure appeared again, sometimes wearing my face, sometimes just a shadow with glowing eyes. I woke in the night, heart pounding, the whispering still echoing in my mind. The next morning, I found footprints near my tent. They were large and elongated, different from any animal tracks I had seen. They led toward a thicket where the trees grew thick and tangled. I hesitated but decided to follow them, drawn by a mixture of fear and curiosity. The path grew narrower and darker, the air cooler and heavier. At the edge of the thicket, I stumbled upon an old stone altar, moss-covered and worn by time. It was surrounded by symbols similar to those carved on the trees. The place felt charged with energy, like a focal point of the forest's ancient power. I touched the stone lightly and felt a sudden rush of images, faces, voices, moments from the past and present, all swirling together. I realized then that the woodsman was more than a ghost or a person. He was part of the forest itself, a spirit shaped by those who entered these woods. He learned from their voices, their fears, and their secrets. Each visitor left a mark, and the woodsman grew, changed, and remembered. That night, the whispers were louder, clearer. They told stories of hikers who had vanished, of travelers lost to the forest, of voices stolen and never returned. I listened, feeling the weight of countless lives woven into the darkness. The woodsman's voice was both a warning and a lament, a call to respect the forest and its mysteries. I knew my time was running out. The forest was teaching me, but it was also testing me. I had to find a way to leave, to carry these stories with me without losing myself. I packed my gear quietly, preparing for the journey back to civilization. As I walked through the trees the next morning, the tall figure appeared once more, standing at the edge of the clearing. This time, he did not wear my face. His eyes met mine, and I felt a strange connection, like understanding passed between us. He was not just a watcher or a predator, but a keeper of stories, a guardian of the forest's memory. I nodded silently, a farewell and a promise to remember. The figure faded into the trees, and the forest seemed to exhale, the weight lifting from the air. Walking out of the woods, I felt changed. The silence no longer felt empty, but full of meaning. The whispers had become a part of me, a reminder of the unseen and the unknown. The woodsman was no longer just a shadow at the edge of my camp. He was a story I carried with me, a reminder that some voices never disappear, they become part of the world, waiting to be heard. The forest seemed to breathe around me as I left the clearing that last morning, the tall pines whispering their secrets in the soft breeze. The weight of the woodsman's presence lingered like a shadow at my back, a reminder that some places do not easily let go of those who enter. I was exhausted in body and spirit, but a strange calm had settled over me, a sense of having walked through something larger than myself and come out changed. I spent the day retracing my steps along the winding trails, my senses sharpened by everything I had experienced. The woods looked familiar yet unfamiliar, each tree and rock carrying echoes of the stories I had heard whispered in the night. I noticed small details I had missed before, a cluster of bright moss glowing faintly in the shaded earth, the intricate patterns of spider webs catching the sun, and the distant call of a hawk circling overhead. It was as if the forest was alive in a way I had never seen, filled with layers of life and memory. Despite the beauty, a deep unease stayed with me. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often, half expecting to see the tall, thin figure standing silently among the trees. The woodsman was not just a shadow or a legend. He was real in a way that defied explanation, a part of the forest's soul that had intertwined with mine. I wondered if he followed me now, carried pieces of my voice and my story within him, as he had done with so many others. That evening, I camped near a small lake where the water was still and dark, reflecting the stars above. The night was quiet, save for the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. I sat by the fire, letting the warmth seep into my bones, and pulled out the notebook where I had been recording everything, the whispers, the sightings, the feelings that seemed impossible to put into words. Writing helped anchor me, a way to hold on to the fragments of reality when the forest threatened to pull me into its mysteries. As I wrote, the wind shifted, carrying a soft voice through the trees. It was the woodsman's whisper, gentle and knowing, calling my name like a distant song. I closed my eyes and listened, feeling the words wrap around me like a shroud. The voice spoke not in threats but in memories, childhood moments, forgotten dreams, and the ache of loneliness that had followed me for years. It was as if the woodsman was not just a hunter but a mirror, reflecting parts of myself I had long buried. I responded aloud, speaking my fears and hopes into the night. The whisper softened and faded, leaving a silence that felt full and alive. For the first time, I did not feel afraid. Instead, there was a fragile peace, a sense that the woodsman and I had reached an understanding. The forest was not just a place of shadows, but a keeper of stories, and I was now part of that tapestry. The next day, I packed my gear and began the journey back toward civilization. Each step felt lighter, as if the burden of the woodsman's gaze had eased. The path was familiar now, marked by the memories and lessons I had gathered. I moved with purpose, knowing that the forest had changed me in ways I was only beginning to understand. As I neared the edge of the woods, I paused and looked back. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure watching me from the shadows, a tall man, thin and still, his eyes wide and unblinking. But when I blinked, he was gone, leaving only the rustle of leaves and the fading light. I stepped out of the forest and onto the road, the hum of distant traffic, a stark contrast to the quiet of the pines. The world felt louder and brighter, but the memory of the woodsman stayed with me like a secret I carried close to my heart. The whispers, the shadows, and the face in the trees had become part of my story, a reminder that the world holds mysteries beyond our understanding. Back in the city, life moved quickly, and the noise made it easy to forget the quiet power of the forest. But sometimes, in the stillness of night, I would hear the faintest whisper, a name carried on the wind. It was the woodsman's voice, reminding me that some things never truly leave us. They live on in the spaces between shadows, in the silence between words. I began to share my story with others, cautiously at first, then more openly. Friends and strangers alike listened with a mixture of fascination and disbelief. Some said I was lucky to have faced the woodsman and returned. Others warned me never to go back. But for me, the experience was a part of who I was now, a chapter in my life that shaped my view of the world and myself. The woodsman's game had taught me about fear, memory, and the power of stories. It was not just a haunting, but a lesson in listening to the whispers of the forest, to the echoes of the past, and to the voices within us all. I learned that facing the unknown does not always mean defeating it. Sometimes it means understanding and accepting it as part of the larger story. Now, when I walk in the city parks or near wooded areas, I carry the forest with me. The trees seem to watch and whisper, and I listen closely, knowing that every shadow holds a story, every silence a voice. The woodsman is still out there, somewhere in the pines, watching and learning, waiting for the next traveler to cross his path. And I am no longer afraid. The morning I finally left the woods felt different than all the others. The sunlight filtering through the trees was softer, almost like a farewell instead of a beginning. I packed up my camp slowly, not wanting to rush the moment, knowing I was leaving something behind, but not entirely sure what. The air smelled fresher, the weight of those nights beginning to lift, yet deep inside I felt that something had changed, inside me as much as in the forest itself. As I stepped onto the trail that led out of the woods, the tall pines whispered softly overhead, leaves brushing like gentle voices saying goodbye. For the first time in days, I felt a calmness that was hard to explain. I wasn't sure if the woodsman was truly a spirit or a shadow, or simply a manifestation of my own fears, but I understood that whatever he was part of the forest's story, and now part of mine. I thought about the game he had played, the way he used voices and memories to draw people in, how he wore my face that final night as if to remind me how deeply he had studied me. The woodsman was no longer just a figure on the edge of my campfire's light. He had become a reflection of the parts of myself I rarely faced, the fears, the secrets, the hidden stories that shape who we are. The path back wound through familiar sights, moss-covered rocks, sun-dappled leaves. The faint sound of a distant stream, but every step felt like a return from a journey, not only through the forest, but through my own mind and soul. I realized I had been both the hunter and the hunted, chasing understanding and running from the shadows within me. The woodsman had forced me to confront those shadows, and in doing so, he had shown me that fear can be a doorway, not just a prison. When I finally emerged from the trees, the world outside seemed louder and brighter, a place of noise and movement and life, so different from the quiet power of the woods. The city streets buzzed with people, cars, and light, but in that noise, I carried the forest with me. The echoes of the woodsman's whisper lingered in my mind like a song I couldn't forget, a reminder that some stories live on in the spaces between moments. In the weeks and months that followed, I found myself drawn back to nature, but with a new respect for its mysteries. I no longer saw the forest as simply a place to escape, but as a living storybook filled with voices both seen and unseen. The woodsman's game, the stolen voices, and the face in the shadows became a metaphor for the parts of ourselves we hide and the truths we must face to move forward. I shared the story cautiously at first, with friends and fellow hikers who understood the pull of the wilderness. Some listened with skepticism, others with quiet awe. The tale of the woodsman who learns from those who cross his path sparked questions and reflections about fear, memory, and the thin veil between the known and the unknown. The forest itself remains, ever-changing and eternal, holding the whispers of countless travelers who have come before and those yet to come. The woodsman is still there, a guardian or a trickster, a reflection of the forest's own soul. He watches, learns, and waits a part of the landscape as real and as mysterious as the trees themselves. I am no longer afraid to carry that story with me, to live with the shadows it cast and the light it revealed. The woodsman taught me that facing the unknown is not about conquering it, but about understanding it and finding peace within the ever-shifting dance of darkness and light. So if you ever find yourself alone in a forest and hear a whisper calling your name, remember this. Sometimes the voice is not a warning, but an invitation. An invitation to listen, to learn, and to become part of the story that the woods are always telling. And maybe, just maybe, you will find your own way through the shadows and into the light. It was a regular evening in Rochester, the kind that feels calm and safe in a way you don't always notice until something shakes it up. I had been home for a few hours after work, just winding down with some late-night TV. The house was quiet except for the soft buzz of the television and the occasional distant sound of cars driving by on the street outside. The windows were open just a crack, letting in the cool night air that carried a faint scent of damp pavement and cut grass. It was one of those moments where everything seems perfectly still, and you don't expect anything out of the ordinary to happen. But then I noticed her. At first, she was just a silhouette under the street lamp, a woman slowly walking down the sidewalk. I thought maybe she was just taking a walk or looking for something. It was late, but the neighborhood was usually pretty safe, so I didn't think twice about it. But then I saw what she did next, and it pulled me right out of my relaxed state. She stopped at the first house on the block and reached out her hand. Her movements were slow, deliberate, and almost too gentle. She tried the doorknob. Just a twist, a soft test, nothing aggressive or forceful. Then she moved on to the next house, repeating the same thing. Door after door, she stopped and tested each knob quietly and patiently. It wasn't frantic or panicked. It was methodical, almost calm. It was the kind of behavior that would be harmless if it were someone who lived there and had just forgotten their keys. But this woman clearly didn't belong here. She was unfamiliar to the neighborhood, and no one I knew had ever seen her before. I couldn't stop watching. She made her way down the street, stopping at every house, her hand moving slowly over the cold metal of each doorknob. There was something deeply unsettling about the way she did it, like she expected the doors to open just for her, as if she had a right to enter. It was as if she was searching for something or someone. She never knocked or called out. She didn't peer in the windows or try the windows themselves, just the doorknobs. The image stuck with me, this quiet figure testing each entryway with a calmness that didn't fit the situation. When she finally reached my house, I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. She stood there for what seemed like an eternity, not moving, just staring at the door as if it held some secret she was waiting to uncover. Then she slowly raised her hand and reached for my doorknob. My heart hammered in my chest. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I call out to her? Should I call the police? Part of me wanted to believe she was harmless, maybe lost or confused, but another part screamed at me to be careful. I grabbed my phone and dialed the police, keeping the line open while I whispered a description of the woman and what I was seeing. The minutes stretched on as she lingered at my door, her fingers brushing the cold metal repeatedly. At one point, she stepped back onto the sidewalk and looked around, her expression hard to read, but her eyes glinting in the streetlight. I thought maybe she was going to leave, but then she came back, almost as if drawn magnetically to my front door. I stayed glued to the window, phone in hand, watching her every move. The police said they would send someone right away, but it took nearly 45 minutes for officers to arrive. I don't know if it was just the nature of the call or the time of night, but those minutes felt like hours. During that time, the woman paced the sidewalk in front of my house, muttering quietly. I couldn't catch the words at first, but then I heard her whisper clearly, "Let me in. I'm already home." The words froze me. There was something in her voice that wasn't quite right. Soft but insistent, like a broken plea or a fractured memory. When the police finally got there, they approached her cautiously. She didn't resist or speak to them, just stared blankly, barefoot and disheveled. They asked for identification, but she had none. No ID, no wallet, no phone. Just her pale, worn clothes and that haunting look in her eyes. They took her away quietly, but no one ever came forward to claim her or explain who she was. The whole incident shook me. The neighborhood felt different after that night, as if the normal calm had been pierced by something unknown and unwelcome. My neighbors and I talked about it for weeks, trying to make sense of what we had seen. Some thought she might have been mentally ill or disoriented. Others whispered darker theories, a drugged or kidnapped person left to wander, or something even more unsettling that no one wanted to admit. The doorbell camera on my neighbor's house recorded the entire event. Watching the footage later, the image of the woman standing outside my door, whispering those chilling words, felt like a message from somewhere else. I still can't explain who she was or what she wanted, but her presence left an impression that refuses to fade. Even now, when I walk down my street at night, I remember that woman, the way she moved slowly, methodically, as if the houses were pieces of a puzzle she was trying to solve. It's a reminder that sometimes, even in the places we think we know best, there are stories we never hear, shadows we never see, and mysteries that no one wants to explain. The night the police finally arrived, the tension in the air was thick and almost unbearable. I had been watching from my window, the woman still lingering near my front door, her movements slow and deliberate, whispering to herself. I could tell she was unsettled, as if caught between somewhere she didn't fully understand and a place she desperately wanted to be. When the flashing lights of the squad cars pulled up, I felt a rush of relief mixed with curiosity and something else I could not quite name. What would happen next? Who was she? And why had she been here for so long? The officers moved cautiously as they approached her. She didn't resist, but looked at them with eyes that held a strange emptiness and pain. They asked if she had any identification, or if she could tell them who she was. She only whispered again, "I'm already home," in the same soft, haunting voice I had heard for nearly an hour. The officers exchanged glances, unsure what to do. One radioed for backup while the other tried to engage her more gently. I watched, frozen, as she was carefully escorted to the patrol car, still barefoot, still without a word beyond those chilling few. That night, my neighbors and I gathered outside, drawn by the flashing lights and the eerie silence that followed. People exchanged stories and theories, none of which made the situation feel any less strange or unsettling. Some suggested she might be mentally ill, others whispered about drugs or human trafficking. The police admitted they did not have immediate answers, but they promised to investigate. Still, no one could say where she had come from or why she had chosen this street and these doors. The next few days brought a strange mix of unease and curiosity. The police didn't release much information, and my neighbors grew quieter, almost reluctant to talk about what had happened. It was as if the woman's presence had stirred something uncomfortable, something people wanted to forget. But for me, the memory stayed vivid, the way she moved, the way she whispered, and especially the words she repeated, "Let me in, I'm already home." I began to think about those words more deeply. What did she mean? How could someone be standing outside my door, asking to be let in, while claiming they were already home? It sounded like a plea, but also like a confession, a fragmented expression of someone trapped in a reality that didn't quite fit. I couldn't shake the feeling that her story was tied to something larger, something I was only glimpsing. The footage from my neighbor's doorbell camera became a point of focus. Watching the video again and again, I noticed small details I had missed the first time, the way her eyes darted nervously, the way her hands trembled when she reached for the doorknob. She looked exhausted and scared, a ghost of someone who had been through something terrible. And yet, there was something else too, a strange kind of calm in the way she moved, as if she had given up fighting and surrendered to whatever fate had brought her here. I started talking to people in the neighborhood, hoping to find someone who might recognize her or offer a clue. No one did. No missing person reports matched her description. No one had seen her before that night. It was as if she had appeared out of nowhere, and just as mysteriously, she vanished after the police took her away. It felt like a story without an ending, a mystery that was never meant to be solved. The whole event left me thinking about the fragility of safety and the thin line between familiarity and fear. I had always felt comfortable in my neighborhood, a place where neighbors waved hello and looked out for each other. But that night reminded me how easily that sense of security can be shaken by something unknown. It was a sobering thought, knowing that someone could wander my street, test my door, whisper unsettling words, and disappear without explanation. Days turned into weeks, and the neighborhood slowly returned to its usual rhythm. The quiet nights came back, the routine sounds of cars and distant sirens filling the air. But I found myself looking out the window more often, watching for anything unusual. Sometimes I thought I saw a shadow flicker at the edge of the street, or heard a faint whisper carried on the wind. I wondered if the woman had left something behind, a question, a warning, or a cry for help that no one had understood. The experience also made me more aware of how easily people can become invisible in the midst of everyday life. Who was she? What had led her here, barefoot and lost, whispering as if she belonged to a place that wasn't on any map? Was she a victim of circumstance, a person who had slipped through the cracks, or was there something darker that no one dared to say out loud? These questions haunted me, unanswered but persistent. I talked to friends and family about what happened, and while some dismissed it as a weird one-time incident, others shared their own stories of strange encounters and unexplained moments. It became clear that everyone carries fragments of mystery in their lives, pieces that don't fit neatly into the story we tell ourselves. Maybe that's why the woman's presence stayed with me, because she represented the unknown parts of life, the things we see but cannot fully grasp. The police never released details about what happened to her after they took her away. I found out she was taken to a local hospital for evaluation, but beyond that, the trail went cold. No one claimed her, no reports matched her description, and she never returned. It was like she had been a ghost walking the streets, a reminder that sometimes people disappear not just physically, but from all the systems designed to keep us safe. The night she came to my door changed the way I see the world. It made me realize how fragile our sense of home and safety can be, and how important it is to notice the people around us, those who might be struggling silently, those who might be reaching out in ways we don't immediately understand. It reminded me that sometimes a whisper and a gentle touch on a doorknob can be a cry for help, a plea to be seen and heard. Since then, I have tried to be more aware, more compassionate. I check on neighbors more often, listen to the stories people share, and try to remember that everyone has a story, even if it's hidden behind a quiet knock or a whispered word. The woman who walked my street that night may never have found her way, but her presence left a mark, a reminder that sometimes the most important thing we can do is pay attention. and though the street has returned to its usual calm, I still feel the weight of that night. It lingers in the quiet moments when the world seems still, in the spaces between the sounds of the city and in the memories that don't fade. The woman who tried every door on my street may have vanished, but the questions she raised remain, echoing like soft footsteps in the night. The days after the incident unfolded in a strange sort of haze for me. Life kept moving the usual errands, work, and quiet nights, but the memory of that woman, her quiet testing of every doorknob on my street, lingered like a shadow I could not shake. It was as if the night had opened a door, not just physically, but in my mind, revealing how fragile the world could be beneath its familiar surface. I found myself watching the street from my window more often, looking for signs of anything out of the ordinary. But the neighborhood had settled back into its peaceful rhythm, with nothing unusual except the echo of unanswered questions. I kept replaying the moment she stood outside my door, whispering those haunting words, "Let me in, I'm already home." There was a weight to them that I could not quite understand. It felt like a desperate plea wrapped in a riddle, a message from someone trapped between worlds or realities. Was she truly lost, or was she somewhere else entirely, caught in a state of confusion or despair? The phrase made me think of people who lose their sense of belonging, those who wander without a place to call their own. It struck a chord deep inside me. Neighbors who had heard about the incident were hesitant to talk much. It was one of those things people didn't know how to process or explain. Some suggested she might have been mentally ill, wandering in a confused state. Others worried about the possibility of something darker, abduction, drug abuse, or a crime hidden beneath the surface of normal life. No one had clear answers, and that ambiguity made the story stick around in the community's collective mind. It became a shared mystery that no one quite dared to solve. The local police provided little information beyond the initial response. They confirmed that the woman had been taken for medical evaluation but refused to disclose her condition or what had happened afterward. I tried following up, hoping to learn more or offer help if she was still out there somewhere, but the trail went cold. It was as if she had slipped through the cracks, disappearing not just from my street, but from all the systems meant to protect her. That thought unsettled me more than anything else, the idea that someone so close could vanish without a trace or explanation. I started thinking about the people we overlook every day, the ones who pass by quietly, who don't fit neatly into our comfortable routines. What had brought her here? Was she trying to get back to a place she once knew, or was she searching for a new sense of belonging? The fact that she tested so many doors made me wonder if she was desperate, looking for a refuge or a connection. That kind of loneliness, that kind of desperation, is hard to imagine but impossible to ignore once you've witnessed it. That experience changed the way I interact with my neighbors and my community. I became more attentive, more willing to listen to the small signs that something might be wrong. I realized that sometimes the quiet moments, the hesitation in a smile, the trembling hands, the whispered words, are cries for help that go unnoticed. The woman on my street reminded me that being seen and heard can make all the difference. I spoke with a few local outreach workers and mental health advocates, hoping to understand what might have happened and how people in vulnerable situations could be better supported. They told me stories of people who fall through the cracks, those struggling with mental illness, addiction, or trauma who sometimes disappear into the shadows. Many of them wander, confused and frightened, searching for safety in places that offer none. It was heartbreaking, but also enlightening to learn how complex and fragile the systems are that are supposed to catch them. At the same time, the story of that night took on a life of its own in the neighborhood. It was shared quietly at block parties, mentioned in hushed tones at coffee shops, and passed on as a cautionary tale about staying aware. But beyond that, it also became a reminder of compassion and vigilance. We don't always know what people are facing, and sometimes all it takes is a moment of kindness or attention to make a difference. I found myself thinking a lot about the woman's whisper, "I'm already home." Those words haunted me because they seemed to hint at a deeper truth. That sometimes people feel lost not just in place but in identity and belonging. They wander through life, testing doors and hoping to find a space where they are accepted, where they can feel safe and at peace. That phrase became a symbol of that struggle, a quiet reminder of how important it is to see people fully and offer them sanctuary in whatever way we can. The incident also raised questions about safety and community. How do we protect our neighborhoods without turning away those who need help? How do we balance vigilance with compassion? The woman's quiet presence forced me to grapple with these difficult questions, to think beyond the surface and consider the unseen struggles that might be happening just steps from my front door. In the months since, I've made small changes in my daily life. I check in with neighbors more often, especially those who live alone or might be vulnerable. I volunteer with local support groups when I can, trying to be part of the solution rather than just a bystander. The memory of that night drives me to be more present, more engaged, and more empathetic. Despite the lack of answers, the experience has given me a deeper understanding of human fragility and resilience. It showed me how thin the line can be between safety and vulnerability, belonging and isolation. The woman who walked my street that night may have disappeared from view, but her story remains a powerful reminder of the unseen lives around us. At times, I still catch myself watching the street, half expecting to see her figure return, testing doors quietly under the street lamp. The image is seared into my memory, the gentle touch on cold metal, the whispered plea, the barefoot woman who seemed both lost and strangely at home. It is a story I carry with me, one that has shaped the way I see the world and the people in it. The night she came to my door was more than an odd event. It was a call to pay attention, to listen to the quiet voices, and to remember that safety and home mean more than locks and walls. They mean connection, understanding, and compassion. And though the woman is gone, the questions she left behind still echo softly down the street, reminding me that sometimes the most important doors to open are the ones in our hearts. The nights after the woman disappeared from my street felt different, quieter, but with an undercurrent of something unresolved. I kept thinking about her, the way she moved slowly from door to door, her gentle touch on the cold doorknobs, and the haunting whisper that slipped through the darkness. "Let me in. I'm already home." Those words seemed to hang in the air, refusing to fade no matter how hard I tried to push them away. They became a puzzle I couldn't stop trying to solve, a mystery wrapped in sadness and confusion. Life went on around me, the rhythms of work, family, and daily routines pulling me forward. But every time I walked outside or looked out the window at the familiar street, I felt her presence again. It was as if the neighborhood had absorbed her story, carrying it quietly beneath the surface like a secret that everyone sensed, but no one wanted to speak aloud. The houses, the street lamps, the cracked sidewalks, all seemed to remember that strange night when a barefoot woman tested every door, searching for a place she could call home. I found myself drawn to learning more about the challenges people like her face. I reached out to local organizations that worked with homeless individuals, people struggling with mental health issues, and those trying to rebuild their lives after trauma. Their stories were often heartbreaking, filled with moments of kindness and cruelty, hope and despair. It became clear to me that the woman who walked my street might have been someone caught in one of those painful stories, someone whose voice was muffled by circumstance, who wandered without a clear path or support. The more I learned, the more I realized how fragile the systems designed to protect vulnerable people really are. Sometimes all it takes is a few moments of attention or a simple act of kindness to change a life. I wondered if that woman had encountered any of those moments before she came to my street, or if she had slipped through unnoticed, left to wander alone in the cold night. I began to think about what it means to be seen and heard. How often do we walk past people who are struggling, wrapped in their own pain or confusion, without noticing? How many whispers go unheard? The woman's quiet plea to be let in struck me as both a literal request and a metaphor for human connection, the need to be accepted, to belong, and to find safety in a world that often feels unwelcoming. The police investigation seemed to stall, and no further information came to light. The woman was never identified or located after that night. It was as if she had been a shadow passing through, touching the edges of our lives and then disappearing without explanation. That unresolved ending left a lingering discomfort, a sense that the story was unfinished. I talked more with neighbors, sharing what little I knew and listening to their feelings about the event. Many expressed relief that the woman was gone, but others felt unsettled by the mystery. The experience opened up conversations about community, safety, and the responsibility we all share to look out for one another. It was a difficult but necessary dialogue, one that challenged assumptions and encouraged empathy. In my own home, I became more vigilant. I started locking doors and windows carefully, but I also made a point to greet neighbors and check in with those who lived alone. Small gestures, but they felt important in a way I hadn't realized before. The memory of that woman on my doorstep reminded me that behind every door is a story, and sometimes that story includes struggle, loss, and a search for belonging. I thought about the phrase she whispered again and again, "I'm already home." It was paradoxical and poignant, suggesting a person caught between worlds or identities. Perhaps she had lost her place in the world, or maybe she was carrying invisible wounds that made it hard to feel safe anywhere. The words felt like a call for recognition, a cry to be accepted as part of something, even when everything else felt lost. The event also deepened my understanding of fear and compassion. It's easy to fear the unknown, to close doors and turn away from what we don't understand. But that night reminded me that fear is often rooted in misunderstanding, and that compassion requires effort and courage. It challenged me to be more open, more willing to see beyond appearances and respond with kindness. As time passed, the street returned to its usual calm, but the echoes of that night stayed with me. I still find myself glancing toward the door, wondering what might have happened if I had opened it, if someone had spoken to her, or if she had found the refuge she was looking for. Those thoughts are bittersweet, filled with regret, but also hope that the experience might inspire others to pay attention to the quiet signs around them. The woman who walked my street barefoot, whispering to doors and searching for a place to belong, became more than a moment of fear or confusion. She became a symbol of the hidden struggles many face, a reminder of the power of presence and the importance of community. Her story, though unresolved, taught me about vulnerability and strength, about the unseen battles fought every day. Even now, when the night is still and the world seems paused, I hear the soft echo of footsteps in my mind, the gentle testing of a doorknob, the whispered words that ask for entry, and the silent hope that someone will listen. It is a haunting, yes, but also a call to wakefulness, a reminder that home is not just a place, but a feeling we give to each other through care, understanding, and connection. In the end, the woman who tried every door on my street left a mark not just on the neighborhood, but on my heart. Her presence challenged me to see more deeply, to act with greater compassion, and to remember that sometimes the most important doors we open are those we hold within ourselves. The street remains peaceful, but the story continues, a quiet ripple in the fabric of everyday life that asks us to be kinder, more aware, and more present to those who need it most. The weeks and months following that strange night settled into a rhythm that felt both familiar and new. Life carried on, but the memory of the barefoot woman who had wandered down my street, testing every door, lingered like a shadow at the edges of my thoughts. I found myself thinking about her often, wondering about her story, and trying to make sense of what had happened. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that this incident had opened my eyes to the fragility of our sense of safety and the complexity of human need. I began to see the world differently, the neighborhoods I walked through, the people I passed by, the stories I heard on the news. All of it felt more interconnected and urgent. It was no longer enough to just go through the motions and assume that everything was fine. I became more aware of the struggles that many people face quietly and invisibly. The woman on my street was a stark reminder that homelessness, mental health issues, and vulnerability are realities that can touch anyone, anywhere. I reached out to local organizations working to help people experiencing homelessness and mental illness. I volunteered some time and donated to causes that supported safe housing and mental health care. Talking with people who dedicated their lives to helping those in need gave me a new perspective on how difficult and complex these issues are. I learned about the many barriers that prevent people from getting the support they deserve: lack of affordable housing, stigma, inadequate health care, and systemic failures that leave people isolated. The story of the woman who whispered, "Let me in, I'm already home," stayed with me. Those words haunted me because they spoke to a deep human truth, the longing for belonging, for a place where we feel safe and accepted. I thought about how many people wander through life feeling disconnected, searching for a home in the literal sense, but also in the emotional and spiritual sense. It made me reflect on my own life, my own connections, and how important it is to nurture a sense of community. As the seasons changed, the neighborhood slowly returned to its usual quiet. The police never found out who she was or where she came from, and the case faded into local rumor and memory. But for me, it was a turning point. I began to see the importance of small acts of kindness, checking in on a neighbor, offering a smile or a listening ear, supporting local shelters. These things felt like building blocks for a stronger, more compassionate community. At the same time, I struggled with the unanswered questions. What had happened to her after the police took her away? Did she find help or slip further into despair? I often wondered if she ever found a place where she truly belonged, or if she remained lost, wandering the streets of some other city or town. The thought was both painful and sobering. I also thought about the way the neighborhood had reacted to the mixture of fear, confusion, and sympathy. It was a reflection of how communities grapple with the unknown and the uncomfortable. People want to feel safe, but safety sometimes means shutting out those who do not fit the norm. The woman's presence challenged those boundaries, forcing us to confront our assumptions and biases. That night changed my understanding of what it means to belong and to be human. It showed me that the boundaries we draw between safe and unsafe, known and unknown, are often fragile and porous. It reminded me that people carry their struggles with them, sometimes invisibly, and that a little awareness can go a long way. In my personal life, I became more intentional about connection. I reached out to old friends, built new relationships, and tried to be more present with those around me. The experience taught me the value of presence, the simple act of being there, listening, and acknowledging someone's existence and pain. Sometimes, when the night is still and quiet, I find myself thinking about the woman who walked my street barefoot. I imagine her standing under the street lamp, testing the doorknobs, whispering those words that seem so full of longing. I wonder if she ever found a door that opened for her, a place she could call home. Her story, though unfinished, became a symbol for me, a reminder that behind every face is a story, behind every door is a life, and that the world is full of people searching for connection, safety, and acceptance. It challenged me to see beyond appearances and to approach the world with more empathy. The neighborhood has moved on, as neighborhoods do. New faces appear, seasons change, and the rhythm of life continues. But the memory of that night remains, a quiet echo that calls me to remember the importance of kindness and the power of community. I often think about how fragile our sense of normalcy is and how quickly it can be disrupted by something unexpected. The woman who tested every door reminded me that safety is not just about locks and fences. It is about the connections we build with each other and the compassion we show to those who are struggling. In the end, the experience was a lesson in humility and humanity. It taught me to be more aware of the unseen struggles that surround us, and to remember that sometimes the most important thing we can do is open our hearts and our doors to those in need. And though the woman who walked my street that night remains a mystery, her presence changed me. It became a part of my story and a call to live with greater kindness, presence, and awareness. After everything that had happened, I spent a long time reflecting on what it all meant, not just the night the woman walked down my street barefoot, testing every door, but the ripples her presence left behind. It wasn't just an isolated moment of unease. It was a window into something much larger about human vulnerability, belonging, and the fragility of the invisible safety nets we all rely on. I found myself thinking about her often, not as a stranger or a ghostly figure from a cold night, but as a symbol of the countless people who feel lost, disconnected, or desperate to find a place they can call home. In the months following that night, I made a conscious effort to change. I started volunteering with local organizations that work to help the homeless, and those struggling with mental illness. It felt like the right thing to do, a way to turn a disturbing experience into something meaningful. Listening to the stories of the people I met there, I realized that many had faced the same kind of isolation and despair that the woman on my street seemed to embody. Some had families who had given up on them, others had lost everything in a series of bad breaks, and some had never had a safe place to begin with. Hearing these stories deepened my empathy and made the phrase she whispered all the more poignant. "Let me in, I'm already home." It was a cry that went beyond the literal doors she tested that night. It was a yearning for acceptance, safety, and recognition that many people carry quietly inside. It made me question how often we overlook or dismiss those who seem out of place or in distress. How many people are walking around feeling like they have no home, no refuge, no one to turn to? I kept in touch with my neighbors, sharing what I had learned and encouraging conversations about how to support each other better. The neighborhood, once shaken by fear and uncertainty, began to feel more connected. People looked out for one another in small but meaningful ways, checking in on elderly neighbors, sharing information about local resources, and creating informal networks of support. The woman's presence had inadvertently sparked a community awakening, reminding us all of the importance of compassion. The police investigation, while never revealing much about her identity or fate, did lead to increased awareness among local authorities and social services. There was a push to improve outreach and care for vulnerable people, though the challenges were enormous and ongoing. I understood that no single incident could fix the systemic problems, but I hoped that stories like hers could inspire change and motivate people to act. Looking back, I realized that the woman who tested every door was not just a figure of fear or mystery, but a catalyst for reflection and growth. Her silent plea, her quiet persistence, and the unanswered questions she left behind opened my eyes to a world many of us barely see. It was a reminder that home is more than a physical space. It is a feeling, a connection, and sometimes a fragile thread we fight to hold on to. I still walk down my street in the evenings, the same way I always have, but with a deeper awareness. I notice the small things, the flicker of a porch light, the sound of laughter from a nearby window, the neighbor tending their garden. I listen for the whispers of the past and the stories held in the bricks and trees. And sometimes, when the wind shifts just right, I think I hear a soft footstep or a faint whisper carried on the breeze, reminding me that some stories never truly end. The night she came to my door closed a chapter but left an enduring legacy in my life. It taught me about vulnerability, about the unseen struggles around us, and about the power of kindness. It challenged me to be more present, more compassionate, and more willing to open the doors in my heart as well as my home. In the quiet moments before sleep, I find myself grateful for that strange, unsettling night. It forced me to confront fears, to see beyond appearances, and to embrace the messy, beautiful complexity of human life. The woman who tested every door on my street remains a mystery, but she is no longer just a ghostly figure. She is a symbol of hope and a call to action. The neighborhood has healed and moved forward, but the memory of that night still ripples quietly beneath the surface, a reminder that none of us are truly alone. We all carry a need to belong, a hope for safety, and a desire to be seen. Sometimes it takes a stranger's whispered words and bare footsteps to wake us up to those truths. And so, the story ends not with fear or confusion, but with understanding, growth, and a quiet hope for a better future. The woman who wandered my street barefoot, who tested every door and whispered, "I'm already home," may never find the place she was searching for. But her presence changed a community, opened hearts, and left behind a message that still echoes, that kindness and connection can be the keys to any locked door. The whole thing started with my 6-year-old niece, who spends a lot of time at my house here in Boulder. She is usually full of imagination and energy, but some of the things she has said recently have been so strange that I cannot just brush them off. It started when she told me about the tall man in the window. At first, I thought it was just a game she made up, or a way to entertain herself when she was bored. Kids have vivid imaginations, right? That was my first mistake. She described him as a tall figure who stands silently outside the window at night. She said he has scars on his hands and that he likes to stand behind my chair when I am sitting down. I remember laughing nervously when she told me this, trying to act casual and not let her see that her words were unsettling me. But it was hard to ignore the look in her eyes, the way she spoke as if he was real and waiting just outside the glass. One evening she was sitting at the kitchen table drawing pictures. She does that a lot, filling pages with colorful scenes and stick figures. But this time her drawings were different. She drew a tall, shadowy figure watching me while I sleep. The image was dark and detailed, with long fingers and eyes that seemed to follow the page. When I asked her about it, she said he wanted to play a game called "Find the Key Before He Finds You." I did not know what to say. It sounded like something out of a nightmare, but coming from a child, it was all the more disturbing. I started paying more attention to the house at night. I kept the blinds closed and made sure the doors were locked, but sometimes I felt like I was being watched. The shadows seemed to stretch and move in ways that did not make sense. I told myself it was just my imagination, fueled by my niece's stories and drawings. But then, one night, a neighbor mentioned seeing a tall figure near my windows. They said it was always at night, standing silently just outside the glass. I was not sure if they were joking or trying to warn me, but the timing was too coincidental to ignore. The basement of the house had always been a place I barely went to. It was cold and dark, full of old boxes and forgotten things. But one day, while cleaning, I stumbled upon a door I never knew existed. It was hidden behind some shelves, locked tight and worn from years of neglect. I tried the handle, but it would not budge. The curiosity and unease I felt grew stronger. I called a locksmith to help me open the door. When it finally swung open, the sight inside made my blood run cold. The walls were covered in claw marks and handprints, all child-sized. It was like a secret prison or a forgotten room where someone had been trapped. I did not understand who could have made those marks, or why no one had told me about this door before. My niece's stories and drawings suddenly took on a new and terrifying meaning. The tall man with scars on his hands, the game of finding a key, the figure outside the windowsill was all connected to this hidden part of the house. I felt like I was unraveling a mystery that had been buried for years, one that involved a child and a presence I could not explain. Since then, I have been trying to make sense of everything. I keep a close eye on my niece and the house, listening for the knocking or tapping she says she hears from behind that locked door. I have started talking to neighbors more, piecing together what they know and what they have seen. The house feels different now, as if it holds secrets in every shadow and every creak. I am scared but determined to protect my niece and find out the truth. The tall man in the window is no longer just a story. He is a part of our lives, lurking in the shadows and waiting for the next move in a game I do not fully understand. But I know one thing: I will find that key before he finds us. It was hard to ignore the strange feeling that settled in the house after that first night my niece told me about the tall man. The way she described him, the scars on his hands, how he liked to stand behind my chair, kept replaying in my head. I told myself it was just a child's imagination, maybe influenced by a story she heard or a nightmare. But when she started drawing those pictures, things got a lot harder to dismiss. The drawings were dark and detailed, showing this tall figure looming over me while I slept, and little stick figures running or hiding. She said he wanted to play a game called Find the Key Before He Finds You, and it sounded like a twisted kind of hide and seek. I kept checking the windows and the front porch, making sure everything was locked. But sometimes, when the house was quiet, I felt watched. The shadows seemed longer and more menacing than usual. I caught myself peeking out the window late at night, expecting to see someone standing there, waiting. One night, I almost thought I did see a tall shape standing just beyond the porch light, but when I blinked, there was nothing. I started to wonder if my mind was playing tricks on me, or if there really was someone out there. Neighbors started to mention seeing things too, though none would talk about it openly. A few days after the drawings, one of them told me they had seen a tall figure near my windows at night. They said it did not come to every house, only to mine and maybe a couple of others nearby. It was strange how many people seemed to know something but pretended they did not. That added to the feeling of isolation, like I was stuck in a story that only I was reading. The basement door was another story altogether. I had never noticed it before, tucked behind old shelves and boxes. It was locked tight and looked like it had not been opened for years. When I finally got it unlocked, what I found inside was worse than I imagined. The walls were scratched and marked with claw marks, and there were handprints all over, small ones, the size of a child's hands. The air was stale and cold, the kind of cold that creeps into your bones. I did not want to be there alone, but I had to know what was behind that door. I started to wonder if the tall man my niece talked about was connected to this room. The scars on his hands, the way she described him standing behind Mitt, all seemed linked. I asked my niece more questions, but she was vague, almost afraid. She said he watched me when I slept, and that the game was about finding the key to get out before he caught me. It sounded like something from a nightmare, but she spoke so calmly that it made me uneasy. I began to watch her more closely, trying to protect her without frightening her. Sometimes she would stare at the windows for long periods, or she would whisper to herself about the game and the key. I tried to distract her with toys and stories, but the tall man seemed to be always there in the background of her world. I felt helpless and scared, like I was failing to keep her safe from something I could not see or fight. My own sleep suffered. I kept waking up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, listening for the knocks or taps my niece said she heard from behind the locked door. The house felt alive in a way that was not comforting. The shadows moved differently, and the silence was thick with unspoken things. I would check the basement door repeatedly, making sure it was locked, but I wondered how long it had been closed off and what had happened down there before I moved in. I started to talk to neighbors more, gently probing for stories or memories about the house. Some were reluctant, others shared small bits. They mentioned children who used to live here, stories of disappearances and strange noises. None said much directly, but the hints were there, like pieces of a puzzle I was only beginning to see. It was clear this house had a history, and that history was not clean or simple. One day, I found a small old key on the floor near the basement door. It was rusty and heavy, with a worn wooden handle. I had no idea where it came from. When I showed it to my niece, her eyes widened, and she whispered, "That's the key. You have to hide it, or he will find you." I realized then that the game was more real and dangerous than I wanted to admit. It was not just a child's story or a way to pass the time. It was a warning. The feeling of dread grew heavier as the days passed. I could not shake the sensation that the tall man was always near, watching, waiting. The house felt smaller, tighter, as if the walls were closing in on me. I kept the key hidden, but I was afraid it was only a matter of time before the game started for me too. The line between reality and nightmare was blurring, and I was not sure where one ended and the other began. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind, or if there was truly something in the house with us. The scratches on the basement walls, the child-sized handprints, the stories my niece told all pointed to something real and terrifying. I did not know if I could protect her from it, or if I could even protect myself. But I knew I had to try. The game was not just a game anymore. It was a fight to keep us safe, to find the key before he found us. It was getting harder to pretend everything was normal. After my niece started talking more about the tall man and the game he wanted to play, I found myself watching every shadow in the house, waiting for something to happen. I told myself it was just her imagination running wild, but deep down, I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. When she described the scars on his hands, how he liked to stand behind my chair, and that he was always watching while I slept, it felt too specific and too real to ignore. The drawings she made haunted me. Each one showed the tall figure looming over the house or standing silently behind the furniture. There were even pictures of small keys, some hidden and some glowing, like they were important to finding a way out or keeping safe. When I asked her about the key, she said it was the only thing that could protect us, and we had to find it before he found us. It was chilling to hear those words from a 6-year-old, and I felt powerless to help. I started paying closer attention to the house at night. I kept the blinds drawn and the lights on as much as possible. Sometimes when I was in the kitchen or living room, I would catch a glimpse of something moving just out of sight, a tall shadow slipping past a window, or a figure standing quietly at the edge of the porch light. It was always gone by the time I turned to look. My heart would race, and I would tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but the unease lingered. Neighbors had been quiet about it until recently. A few approached me with stories of seeing a tall figure near my windows late at night. They said it only came to certain houses, and mine was one of them. I was struck by how many people knew about it but chose to stay silent. It felt like a secret, shared only in whispers and glances. The weight of that silence made me feel even more isolated in this strange situation. The basement door, hidden behind old boxes and shelves, became the center of my worry. I had not noticed it before, and its presence felt like a secret the house was keeping from me. When I finally got it unlocked and opened, the sight inside was terrifying. The walls were covered in claw marks and handprints, all small like a child's. The air was thick and cold, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer in that cramped space. It was like a prison or hiding place, and I could not understand why no one had told me about it. The connection between the basement and the tall man became clearer with each passing day. My niece's stories, the scars on his hands, the way she said he watched me sleep it, all pointed to something trapped or waiting behind that locked door. I became obsessed with protecting her and myself, always looking for that key she talked about. I hid it carefully, but the fear that it might not be enough was always present. Sleep became rare and restless. I would wake in the middle of the night, heart pounding, listening for the tapping or knocking she said came from the basement. The house felt alive in a way I could not explain, filled with whispers and shifting shadows. I tried to tell myself it was just stress in my imagination, but the evidence was too much to ignore. The house had secrets, and it was refusing to let them go. I spent more time with neighbors, asking questions gently, trying to piece together the history of the house. Some spoke of children who lived here long ago, others of strange noises and disappearances. The stories were fragmented, half forgotten, but they painted a picture of a place marked by sadness and mystery. I felt like I was living in the middle of a story I did not understand, caught between past and present. The tall man's presence felt stronger at times, like he was testing the boundaries, watching how I reacted. My niece would sometimes freeze, staring at a corner of the room where nothing was visible, and whisper, "He's here." I wanted to hold her close, to shield her from whatever this was. But I felt powerless. The game of finding the key before he finds us was no longer just her imagination. It was real, and the stakes felt terrifyingly high. I thought about calling for help, but feared that no one would believe me, that they would think I was overreacting or imagining things. The house, the tall man, the basement door, all of it felt like a secret I was forced to carry alone. The isolation was suffocating. I tried to stay strong for my niece, but some nights I felt overwhelmed and desperate. In those moments, I would sit with her, holding her small hand, and tell her that we would find a way through the game, that we would find the key and be safe. Her eyes, wide and trusting, gave me a sliver of hope. I promised her that I would not let the tall man win, that I would protect her no matter what. The mystery of the locked door and the claw marks lingered in my mind. Who or what had left them there? How long had it been hidden? The house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to uncover its secrets. I knew I had to find the key, not just for the game, but to finally understand what was happening in the shadows of my home. The nights were the hardest. After my niece talked more about the game and the tall man watching me, sleep became something I could only grasp in fleeting moments. The house felt heavier, like the walls themselves held memories I could not reach, secrets I was not meant to know. I started to keep a notebook by my bed, writing down every sound, every shadow, every odd feeling. It was a way to hold on to some kind of control when everything else felt so uncertain. My niece's drawings kept evolving. They were darker now, more detailed. The tall man was always there, his scarred hands reaching out, his eyes wide and empty. She drew the basement door too, the one we found locked and covered in claw marks and small handprints. She said it was where he waited, where the game really began. Sometimes she would whisper about the key, how it was hidden and how we had to find it before the man found us. I could see the fear in her eyes, but also a strange determination. I tried to shield her from the fear, but I was scared too. The tall man's presence was impossible to ignore. I started hearing noises at night, soft tapping, dragging sounds, and sometimes whispers so faint I thought I might be dreaming. I checked every window and door, locking and double locking, but the sense of being watched never left me. The house felt alive in a way that was not comforting. Neighbors began to share more stories, some hesitant, others with a knowing look. They spoke of shadows seen from their windows, unexplained noises, and a figure that moved silently around the houses at night. Some believed it was the spirit of a child lost long ago. Others thought it was something darker. The house and the neighborhood seemed tied together in a web of old secrets and half-forgotten tales. I became obsessed with finding the key. I searched the house from top to bottom, looking behind furniture, inside drawers, even in the garden. My niece helped sometimes, pointing out places she thought were important, or where the tall man might be hiding something. We never found it, but the search became a way to fight back, a way to reclaim some power over the fear that gripped us. One afternoon, I decided to explore the basement again. The air was cold and damp, the walls lined with old pipes and peeling paint. I shone a flashlight around, looking for anything unusual. The claw marks and handprints covered a section of the wall near the locked door. The marks were deep, almost as if someone had tried to claw their way out. I wondered how long ago they had been made, and what stories they could tell if walls could speak. I noticed something else that day, a faint smell, like something burnt mixed with damp earth, lingering near the door. It was faint but distinct, and it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I could not explain it, but it felt like a warning or a sign. I stepped back and took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. That night the knocking started again, soft and slow at first, then growing louder. It was not just at 2:47 anymore. It happened at odd times, sometimes multiple times a night. My niece clung to me, whispering about the game and the key. I tried to comfort her, telling her I would keep her safe, but the fear was real and deep, and I felt it too. I began to wonder if the tall man was not just watching us, but trying to communicate. The game, the key, the drawings, it felt like a message I could not fully understand. I tried talking to him silently, hoping to reach whatever was there, hoping to find a way to end the fear. Sometimes I thought I saw movement in the corner of my eye, fleeting and quick, like a shadow slipping away. My own dreams became strange and unsettling. I would dream of being chased through dark hallways and locked doors, searching desperately for a key that kept slipping through my fingers. The tall man was always there, his eyes wide and empty, waiting patiently. I would wake up gasping for air, the fear lingering long after I opened my eyes. I knew I could not keep living like this. The house was no longer just a place to live. It was a battleground. I needed to find answers, to find the key, and to protect my niece. The stories, the drawings, the marks on the walls, they were all pieces of a puzzle I was determined to solve. One day, while searching the attic, I found an old, dusty box filled with papers and photographs. Among them was a faded journal belonging to a child who had lived in the house decades ago. The entries spoke of loneliness, fear, and a strange figure that haunted the nights. The child wrote about a game and a key, about being trapped and trying to escape. Reading those words sent a chill through me. It was like the past was reaching out, telling its story through time. I shared the journal with my niece, hoping it might help her understand or find comfort. She listened quietly and then hugged me tightly. For the first time in weeks, I saw a flicker of peace in her eyes. Maybe, just maybe, we were not alone in this. The search for the key continues. I do not know where it is or what it truly unlocks, but I am not giving up. The tall man is still there, still watching, but I am stronger now. I am learning to face the shadows, to listen to the stories they tell, and to fight for the safety of the child who talks to the shadows and the family caught in their grasp. I could feel the weight of everything pressing down on me as the days passed. The tall man, the game, the locked basement door with its claw marks and handprints, all of it felt like a dark cloud hanging over our lives. My niece's stories grew more vivid and unsettling, and I struggled to keep my own fear in check for her sake. Some nights, she would wake crying, whispering about how the man was getting closer, how the game was starting, and how we needed to find the key quickly. I held her tightly, telling her that I would protect her, even though deep inside, I felt like I was losing control. I began spending more time in the basement, trying to understand what the locked door really meant. The room beyond was cold and damp, and the air felt thick with history and something else I could not explain. The claw marks on the walls told a story of desperation and fear, and the child-sized handprints made me imagine a trapped little person reaching out for help. I could not shake the feeling that this place was connected to the tall man my niece saw, as if his presence was tied to whatever happened in this hidden part of the house. I started searching for the key obsessively. Every nook and cranny of the house was examined, drawers opened, floorboards tapped, even the garden searched. My niece joined in, her small hands pointing to places that felt important to her, places where the tall man might hide the key or watch us from. We never found it, but the search gave us something to focus on besides the fear. It became a small act of rebellion against the unknown. Some neighbors shared stories that made my blood run cold. They spoke of children who had vanished or been taken long ago, of strange noises and shadows that haunted the neighborhood. One elderly woman told me about a family who lived in the house decades before, a family that had lost a child under mysterious circumstances. The details were vague, but the connection was there. It felt like the past was bleeding into the present, like the house held memories too painful to forget. I started keeping a detailed journal, documenting every strange occurrence and every word my niece said about the game and the tall man. Writing it down helped me make sense of the chaos. I noticed patterns, the times when the tapping started, the places where shadows lingered longest, the way my niece's drawings changed. It was like piecing together a puzzle with missing pieces, hoping to see the bigger picture before it was too late. Sleep was a rare luxury. The house was alive with sounds I could not explain, the creaks of settling wood, the soft scraping of nails on walls, the faint whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. I would lie awake, heart pounding, listening for the knocks that my niece said came from the basement door. Some nights, The tapping was frantic, as if someone was trying desperately to escape. Other nights, it was slow and steady, like a heartbeat. I found myself talking to the tall man, even though I was not sure if he was real or just a part of the darkness. I would whisper promises to protect my niece, to find the key, to end the game. Sometimes I thought I saw a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow retreating, a pair of eyes watching silently. It was both terrifying and strangely comforting, like a fragile connection between two worlds. The relationship between my niece and the tall man was strange and complicated. She was both afraid of him and fascinated. She told me about conversations they had, about how he was lonely and wanted to play but did not know how to join the living. She said he was sad and sometimes angry, but he never hurt her. It was a confusing mixture of fear and empathy that I struggled to understand. I reached out to a local historian who specialized in the neighborhood's past. She shared records and stories that confirmed some of the things I had heard from neighbors. The house had a dark history, with reports of disappearances and strange occurrences dating back decades. The locked basement door, she told me, was rumored to hide secrets that many preferred to forget. It was as if the house itself was a keeper of untold stories. The pressure of all these discoveries and fears began to wear on me. I felt exhausted and overwhelmed, caught between protecting my niece and uncovering the truth. I worried that the tall man's presence was growing stronger, that the game was closing in. The key felt like the only hope, a way to break free from the cycle of fear. One evening, while helping my niece with a drawing, she suddenly stopped and pointed to a spot on the page. "There," she said quietly. "The key is there." It was a simple sketch of the basement door with a small glowing shape next to it. I took it as a sign and decided to search that area again, this time more thoroughly. We moved boxes, lifted floorboards, and checked every crack around the doorframe. Finally, hidden beneath a loose floorboard, I found an old, rusty key. It was heavy in my hand, cold and worn. Holding it, I felt a mix of relief and dread. This key might unlock the basement door, but what waited behind it was still unknown. That night, I sat with my niece and told her that we had found the key. Her eyes lit up with a mix of hope and fear. We made a plan to open the door together, knowing that it was a step into the unknown, but also a chance to end the game. We promised to watch out for each other and to face whatever was there with courage. As I write this, the key lies on the kitchen table, and the basement door remains locked. We are preparing ourselves for what comes next. I do not know what we will find or how it will change everything. But I know that we are not alone, and that the game, the tall man, and the secrets of the house are part of a story we are only beginning to understand. The key sat heavy in my hand as I stood before the locked basement door. It was the moment I had been dreading and anticipating all at once. My niece's small fingers wrapped tightly around mine, her eyes wide but resolute. The game we had spoken about so many times was no longer just in her drawings or whispered words. It was real. It was happening now. I took a deep breath and slid the key into the rusty lock. It turned with a creak that echoed through the quiet house like a distant warning. The door swung open to reveal a narrow, dark stairwell descending into cold, musty air. The basement beyond was dimly lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. The claw marks and child-sized handprints were even more chilling up close. The walls seemed to close in around us as we stepped inside, the silence broken only by the soft tapping of our footsteps. I held my niece close, feeling the warmth of her small body against mine, steadying both of us. She whispered about the tall man waiting in the shadows, watching us, and I could feel his presence in the room like a cold breath on my neck. The basement was filled with old furniture, forgotten toys, and dusty boxes, but the sense of something unseen lurking was overwhelming. We moved carefully, searching for any sign of the key's purpose, or what the game really meant. In a far corner, behind a stack of broken crates, we found an old wooden chest, locked and heavy with age. My heart pounded as I slid the key into its lock. It fit perfectly. The chest creaked open to reveal worn papers, faded photographs, and a small, tattered doll with one missing eye. The photographs showed a little girl playing in the yard, her smile bright but eyes sad, and a tall man with scarred hands standing nearby, always watching. As I sifted through the contents, I realized we had uncovered the story behind the tall man and the locked door. The girl in the photos was the child who had been trapped in the basement years ago, and the tall man was someone who had watched over her, or perhaps kept her there. The game of finding the key was a plea for freedom, a desperate hope to escape the darkness that had held her captive. My niece clung to the doll, her small voice trembling as she asked if the tall man was still there. I told her that sometimes people and memories stay in places long after they are gone, but that we had found the key to unlock the past and bring light into the shadows. It was a beginning, a way to end the fear and the waiting. Over the next days, I worked to bring the basement into the light, clearing out the old and forgotten, turning the space from a place of fear into one of remembrance. I contacted local historians and community members to learn more about the family who had lived here before, and to honor the memory of the child who had suffered. It was a painful process, but one filled with healing. My niece's fear gradually eased as she understood more about the story and saw the changes we made. The tall man no longer appeared in her drawings or whispered in the night. The game was over, and with it, the shadow that had hung over our lives began to lift. The house felt lighter, filled with the warmth of hope and new beginnings. Looking back, I realize how fragile the line between past and present can be, and how the stories we uncover can shape our understanding of the world around us. The child who talked to the shadows was never truly alone, and neither was I. Together, we found the courage to face the darkness and the strength to bring the light back into the house. If you ever find yourself haunted by the unknown or caught in a game you do not understand, remember that there is always a key, sometimes hidden, sometimes lost, but waiting to be found. And sometimes the bravest thing we can do is turn the lock and open the door. It started with a text in the middle of the night. My phone buzzed at 3:02 in the morning, jolting me awake from a half-remembered dream. The message was from my boss. Just 3 words that made my skin prickle in the darkness. "Go outside. Let's talk." I lay there staring at the glowing screen, my mind trying to make sense of it. I could see his name at the top of the message, the same contact I had saved months ago when I first joined the company. There was no mistaking it, but why would he be texting me in the middle of the night, telling me to come outside? I texted back immediately, Is everything okay? I typed, my thumbs trembling a little. No reply came, not even the familiar 3 dots of a typing indicator. I lay in bed for a long time after that, the blue glow of the phone screen painting the ceiling in cold light. I thought about getting up, about going to the window and looking out into the quiet street. But I didn't. I stayed right where I was, listening to the soft creaks of the old house and the distant hum of the refrigerator downstairs. When morning finally came, I got up and went through the motions of getting ready for work. Shower, coffee, a half-hearted attempt at breakfast. But all the while, that text sat heavy in my mind, like a stone in the pit of my stomach. At work, everything seemed normal. My boss came in around 9, coffee in hand, his usual tired smile on his face. I watched him for a while, trying to decide how to bring it up. Eventually, during a lull in the day, I walked over to his office and knocked on the door. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "Did you mean to text me last night? About going outside?" He looked up from his computer, his brow furrowing. "Text you? No, I didn't send you anything." I pulled out my phone and showed him the message. His face went pale as he read it. "That's weird," he said finally. "I didn't send that. Look." He turned his phone around to show me his call log and messages. There was nothing there. No message to me, no record of any conversation. For a moment, we both just sat there in the quiet. The only sound was the low hum of the air conditioning and the faint buzz of the fluorescent lights. "Maybe it was a glitch," I said, though the words felt empty in my mouth. "Yeah, maybe," he agreed, but his eyes were troubled. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on work, but every time I glanced at my phone, I saw that message staring back at me. "Go outside. Let's talk." That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the moment over and over in my head, wondering if I had imagined it, if maybe I had been half asleep and dreamed the whole thing. But when I checked my phone, the message was still there, as real as anything. Around midnight, I finally gave up on sleep and went downstairs to make tea. The kitchen was cold, the tile floor icy under my bare feet. I stood there, waiting for the kettle to boil, and listened to the quiet of the house. My phone was on the counter, the screen dark and smooth. I couldn't bring myself to pick it up. After a while, I went back upstairs and crawled into bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, and tried to convince myself that it was all just a mistake. But around 3 in the morning I heard it. My name, whispered just outside the window. I froze, every muscle in my body going tense. I strained to listen, my breath caught in my throat. Again, soft and low, my name drifting through the dark. "Come outside," the voice said. "Let's talk." I didn't move. I couldn't. My hands were clenched so tight around the blanket that my knuckles ached. I stared at the window, but the curtains were closed, and all I could see was the faint outline of the glass in the dim light. I don't know how long I lay there like that, listening to the silence that followed. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I remember is waking up to the pale light of dawn creeping through the curtains. I got up slowly, my whole body stiff. I went to the window and pulled back the curtain just enough to see outside. The street was empty, the early morning light painting everything in soft gold. Nothing moved, no sign of anyone standing out there in the night. I made coffee and tried to shake off the feeling of dread that clung to me. I told myself it was just a dream, that I had imagined it because of the text. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. At work, I didn't mention it. My boss seemed normal enough, greeting everyone with the same tired smile. But when our eyes met across the office, I thought I saw something there. A flicker of uncertainty, maybe, or fear. I spent the whole day feeling like I was walking through fog, every sound muffled, every movement slow. My phone stayed in my pocket, but I could feel it there, heavy and cold against my leg. That night, I went to bed early, hoping that if I was asleep before 3, I wouldn't hear it again, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay there in the dark, listening to the soft ticking of the clock on the nightstand and the distant rumble of cars on the main road. At exactly 3:02, my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I didn't want to look. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might stop. But I reached for it anyway, my fingers trembling. The message was the same. Go outside. Let's talk. I didn't move. I didn't reply. I just stared at the screen until the letters blurred and my eyes burned. Outside the window, the night was still, but I swear I could feel someone watching me, just beyond the glass. I woke up the next morning with a dull ache behind my eyes, the kind that comes from not sleeping enough. The house was quiet, but it was not the comforting kind of quiet. It felt thick, like something was pressing down on the walls, making the air taste different. I moved slowly, every step deliberate, like I was afraid to wake something that might still be sleeping. I went through the motions of getting ready for work, but I could not stop thinking about the message on my phone. I kept seeing those words over and over, like they had been burned onto the back of my eyelids. Go outside. Let's talk. My stomach felt tight, and every sound seemed too loud, too sharp. When I got to the office, I tried to act normal. My boss was already there, his tie slightly crooked, a coffee cup steaming on his desk. He looked up when I walked in and gave me a quick smile. But there was something in his eyes that made me pause, a flicker of uncertainty, or maybe just tiredness. "Morning," he said. "Morning," I replied, trying to keep my voice even. I sat down at my desk and opened my laptop, but I could not focus. My mind kept drifting back to the text, to the voice outside my window. I kept telling myself it had to be a coincidence, a glitch, or some kind of prank. But no matter how many times I repeated it in my head, I did not believe it. Around mid-morning, I decided to check my phone again. The message was still there, as clear as it had been in the middle of the night. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of it. I even checked the number again, hoping maybe it had been spoofed somehow. But it was his number, no doubt. I thought about talking to him, about showing him the message again, but I could not bring myself to do it. I did not want to see that look in his eyes again, the one that said he was just as confused and scared as I was. Instead, I buried myself in work, forcing my mind to focus on the small, tedious tasks that usually help me feel grounded. But today, it did not work. Every few minutes, I found my eyes drifting to the window, the pale winter light making everything outside look washed out and unreal. At lunch, I went outside to get some air. The wind was cold and sharp, biting at my cheeks and making my eyes water. I stood there for a long time, watching the cars pass by, the people hurrying along the sidewalk. None of them looked at me. None of them seemed to notice the way I kept glancing over my shoulder. When I went back inside, my boss was in the break room, staring out the window with a frown on his face. I hesitated, then walked over. "Did you sleep okay last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He turned to look at me, his brow furrowed. "Not really," he admitted. I kept waking up, feeling like there was something I was supposed to remember. I swallowed hard. "Like what?" He shook his head. "I don't know. It's stupid." I wanted to tell him about the voice outside my window, about how I had felt it more than heard it, but the words caught in my throat, and I just nodded instead. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I answered emails, made small talk with coworkers, all the while feeling like I was moving through water. Everything felt muffled and slow. That night, I sat on the couch with the TV on, the sound turned down low. I kept glancing at my phone, half afraid to see another message, half disappointed when it stayed silent. Around midnight, I finally went upstairs to bed. I stood at the window for a long time, staring out into the darkness. The street was empty, the houses across the way dark and quiet. I told myself there was nothing out there, that it was just the wind I had heard the night before. I closed the curtains and crawled into bed, pulling the blanket up to my chin. My heart was beating too fast, and I kept telling myself to breathe, to calm down. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw those words again. "Go outside. Let's talk." I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up with a start, my mouth dry and my hands clenched into fists. It was 3:02 in the morning again. My phone buzzed once, then went silent. I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. Slowly, I reached for it, my fingers numb. The message was the same. "Go outside. Let's talk." I felt a wave of cold roll through me, my skin prickling with goosebumps. I lay there, frozen, listening to the quiet of the house, the ticking of the clock, the faint hum of the refrigerator downstairs. But underneath it all, there was something else. A low, soft whisper, just outside the window. I squeezed my eyes shut, telling myself it was just the wind, just my mind playing tricks on me. But I knew it wasn't. I knew that voice was real. In the morning I looked like hell. My eyes were red and puffy, my hands shaking as I tried to drink my coffee. My boss avoided my gaze when I came in, his face pale and drawn. I wanted to ask him about it, to tell him about the voice, but I could not find the words. Instead, I just sat there, the weight of the unspoken hanging heavy between us. Later that day, I found a small note on my desk. Just a scrap of paper, folded once. No name, no signature. I unfolded it slowly, my hands trembling. The words were simple, "You know me." I stared at it for a long time, my heart thudding in my chest. I did not know who had written it, but I knew they were right. The note stayed in my pocket all day. I kept touching it, checking to make sure it was still there, as if it might vanish and take the whole strange experience with it. The words on the paper were simple, but they echoed in my mind with a weight that felt disproportionate to their size. "You know me." I did not know who had written it, but the certainty in the statement was unsettling. At work, I tried to act normal, but I was distracted. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. I kept glancing at my boss, wondering if he was watching me, if he knew something he wasn't saying. But he seemed as tired and distracted as I felt. We exchanged polite greetings, but there was a distance between us that hadn't been there before. I considered showing him the note, but I hesitated. What if he thought I was losing my mind? What if he was involved somehow? The uncertainty was paralyzing. I decided to keep it to myself, at least for now. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the creaks and groans of the house settling. Every sound seemed amplified in the darkness. I kept checking my phone, half expecting another message, but it remained silent. Around 3 a.m, I heard a noise outside my window, a soft tapping, like someone gently knocking on the glass. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The tapping continued, steady and deliberate. I wanted to look, to see who or what was out there, but I was afraid. I pulled the covers over my head and lay there, trembling, until the sound stopped. Eventually, exhaustion overtook fear, and I drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I checked the window. There were no marks, no signs that anyone had been there. I told myself it was just a branch, the wind, my imagination, but I didn't believe it. At work, I was on edge. I kept expecting something to happen, for someone to say something that would make sense of the strange events. But the day passed uneventfully. My boss was quiet, focused on his work. I tried to do the same, but my mind kept drifting. During my lunch break, I stepped outside for some fresh air. The sky was overcast, the air cool and damp. I walked around the block, trying to clear my head. As I turned the corner, I saw a figure standing across the street, watching me. I couldn't make out any details, but something about the posture, the stillness, was unsettling. I stopped, staring back. The figure didn't move. I took a step forward, and it turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner. I hesitated, then followed, but when I reached the spot, the street was empty. I returned to the office, shaken. I didn't mention it to anyone. What could I say? That I was being followed by a shadow, that I was receiving messages from someone who didn't exist. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. That night, I decided to confront whatever was happening. I set my phone on the nightstand and left the curtains open. I sat in a chair by the window, waiting. The hours passed slowly. The street outside was quiet, the occasional car passing by. At exactly 3 a.m, my phone buzzed. I picked it up, my hands trembling. The message was the same. "Go outside, let's talk." I stood up, heart pounding, and walked to the front door. I hesitated, hand on the doorknob. I didn't know what I was expecting to find, but I knew I had to face it. I opened the door and stepped outside. The street was empty, the air was still, the silence heavy. I looked around, searching for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. I took a few steps forward, then stopped. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded small and uncertain. There was no response. I turned to go back inside, but something caught my eye. A piece of paper pinned to the door. I reached out and took it, unfolding it carefully. The message was short: "You're not alone." I stood there staring at the words, a chill running down my spine. I didn't know what it meant, but I knew it was true. Whatever was happening, I wasn't alone. I went back inside and locked the door. I sat down, the note in my hand, and tried to make sense of it all. The messages, the voice, the figure on the street. It felt like a puzzle, but I didn't have all the pieces. I thought about my boss, about the confusion on his face when I showed him the first message. Was he part of this, or was he a victim too? I didn't know. I decided to do some research. I spent the next few hours online looking for stories of similar experiences. I found forums filled with people sharing tales of mysterious messages, voices in the night, unexplained phenomena. Some were clearly hoaxes, others delusions, but a few felt eerily similar to my own experience. One story stood out. A woman described receiving messages from a number she didn't recognize, messages that seemed to know her thoughts, her fears. She spoke of a presence that watched her, that whispered to her in the dark. She said it started after she began working at a new job, that her boss seemed unaware but somehow connected. The parallels were unsettling. I reached out to her, sending a message through the forum. I didn't expect a response, but it felt like something I had to do. As dawn approached, I sat by the window, watching the sky lighten. I felt a strange sense of calm. I didn't have answers, but I wasn't alone. Someone else had experienced this. Maybe together, we could find the truth. I didn't know what the next message would say, or what the voice would whisper next, but I was ready to listen. The day after I sent that message on the forum, I kept checking my phone for a response, but nothing came. I tried to tell myself it was fine, that maybe she just hadn't seen it yet. But deep down I felt that same cold knot of dread in my stomach, the sense that something was moving just out of sight. At work, everything was normal on the surface. My boss was his usual self, focused and polite, but I noticed he kept glancing at me when he thought I wasn't looking. Little flickers of worry, or maybe recognition. I couldn't tell anymore. Around midday, I decided to take a walk outside to clear my head. The air was crisp and smelled faintly of wet earth, the kind of smell that always reminded me of childhood. I walked slowly, my hands in my pockets, trying to shake off the feeling that something was following me. Every time I turned a corner, I half expected to see that figure again, standing just beyond the edge of my vision. When I got back to the office, there was a small envelope on my desk, no name, no return address. I looked around, but no one seemed to be paying attention. My heart was beating fast as I picked it up and slipped it into my bag. I waited until I got home that evening to open it. I sat at the kitchen table, the envelope heavy in my hand. When I finally tore it open, I found a single piece of paper inside, folded once. It was a printout of one of my social media posts from years ago, a photo I had taken at the beach, the sun setting behind me, my hair tangled from the wind. It was a happy memory, a moment of peace. But across the photo, in dark ink, someone had written, "I was there." I stared at the words, my hands trembling. My first instinct was to think it was a joke, some twisted prank by someone who knew me well enough to dig through my past. But the more I thought about it, the less sure I felt. There was something personal in the way it was written, something that made my skin crawl. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, the photo on the nightstand beside me, and listened to the house settle around me. Every creak and sigh felt amplified, like the walls were whispering secrets I couldn't quite hear. Around 3 a.m, my phone buzzed again. My breath caught in my throat as I picked it up, already knowing what I would see. "Go outside. Let's talk." I sat there for a long time. the message burning into my eyes. Part of me wanted to get up, to open the door and end this once and for all, but I couldn't. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, my body frozen in place. I finally set the phone down and pulled the blanket up to my chin, telling myself I would deal with it in the morning. But morning came, and I still didn't know what to do. I went to work as usual, trying to act like everything was fine. My boss greeted me with a tired smile, his eyes shadowed like he hadn't slept either. We worked side by side, but the silence between us felt heavy, like there was something neither of us was willing to say. I thought about asking him again, about the messages and the voice outside my window. But every time I opened my mouth, the words died in my throat. That afternoon, I got a reply on the forum, a short message, almost hesitant. "I know what you're going through. You're not imagining it. It's real." I read it over and over, my hands shaking. I wanted to ask 100 questions, to demand answers, but all I could type was, "What do I do?" The reply came quickly. "Don't go outside. Whatever it is, it wants you to let it in." I sat there staring at the screen, the words ringing in my head. Don't go outside. It was such a simple instruction, but it felt like a lifeline, a thread of safety in a world that suddenly felt unsteady. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, the TV playing softly in the background. I kept my phone on the coffee table, but I didn't touch it. At exactly 3 in the morning, it buzzed. "Go outside. Let's talk." I didn't move. I didn't even look at the window. I just sat there, listening to the quiet voice in my head that kept repeating, "Don't go outside. Don't go outside." Minutes passed, then an hour. The message sat on my screen like a challenge, but I didn't give in. I waited until the first light of dawn crept through the curtains before I let myself breathe again. The next day at work, my boss pulled me aside. He looked tired, his eyes bloodshot and shadowed. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice low. I hesitated, then nodded, "Just tired." He looked like he wanted to say more, but he didn't. He just nodded and went back to his office, closing the door behind him. I went back to my desk, but I couldn't focus. The day passed in a blur, my mind stuck on the messages, the voice, the warning. When I got home that night, I locked every door and window and turned on every light. I sat at the kitchen table, the envelope and the photo in front of me. I thought about the way the message had said, "I was there," and a part of me wondered if this had started long before the first message. If it had been following me for years, watching from the shadows. I didn't know what it wanted or why it had chosen me, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to let it in. The days that followed felt like they blurred together. Everything outside of work and my house became a kind of static, like the world was moving on without me, and I was stuck in a slow motion loop. I kept going through the motions, getting up in the morning, going to work, pretending to be fine, but inside I was always listening for the buzz of my phone, for that quiet voice outside my window. At work, my boss seemed just as on edge as I was. He would start to say something, then stop himself, his eyes flicking to mine with that same haunted look I was sure I was wearing too. I wondered if he was getting messages too, if he was hearing things in the middle of the night. I wanted to ask, but every time I opened my mouth, the words caught in my throat. One night I decided to stay up again just to see if it would happen. I made a pot of tea and sat by the window, the curtains pulled back so I could see the street. The world outside looked calm, the streetlights casting long shadows across the pavement, but I could not shake the feeling that there was something just beyond the light, waiting for me to look away. At exactly 3 a.m, my phone buzzed. I didn't need to check to know what it said. Go outside. Let's talk. I stared at the message for a long time, my fingers hovering over the screen. I thought about replying, about telling it to leave me alone, but I knew it would not matter. It would not stop just because I asked. Instead, I put the phone down and closed my eyes, focusing on my breathing. I kept repeating the words from the forum in my mind. Don't go outside. Don't let it in. When the sun finally came up, I felt like I had survived something, but I also felt more tired than I had ever been, like each night was chipping away at me, piece by piece. At work the next day, my boss called me into his office. He looked worse than I had ever seen him, pale, with dark circles under his eyes like he had not slept in weeks. He closed the door behind me and leaned against his desk. "Have you been getting any strange messages?" he asked, his voice low and careful. I hesitated, then nodded. Yes, always at the same time. He swallowed hard. 3 a.m. I nodded again. He sat down heavily in his chair, rubbing his face with his hands. "I keep getting them too," he said, "but when I check my phone in the morning, they're gone. No record of them at all." I felt a shiver run down my spine. "Mine are still there," I said. "They don't disappear." He looked up at me, his eyes wide. "I think it wants you more than it wants me." The words hung in the air between us, heavy and final. I wanted to deny it, to tell him he was wrong, but I couldn't. Deep down, I knew he was right. That night, I got another message, but this time it was different. It was longer. "I have been waiting. You know me. Come outside, let's talk." The words felt colder somehow, more deliberate. I sat there, staring at them, feeling like the floor had dropped out from under me. I did not go outside. I stayed inside, every light on, the curtains drawn tight, but I could feel it out there, waiting. I did not sleep at all that night. I just sat and listened to the quiet house, every small sound magnified by the silence. The next morning, I felt like a ghost in my own skin. I moved through the day like I was underwater, everything muffled and slow. My boss avoided my eyes, and I did not try to force the conversation. We both knew there was nothing either of us could say that would make sense of what was happening. When I got home that evening, I found another note slipped under my door. The handwriting was the same as before, small and neat, almost careful. It said, "You are almost ready." I felt sick as I read it, the words sinking into me like ice. Almost ready for what? I did not know, and the not knowing was almost worse than anything else. I sat down on the floor, my back against the door, and tried to think. I thought about the first message, the first time I heard the voice outside the window. I thought about the photo, the note that said, "I was there." All of it felt like pieces of something bigger, something I could not see clearly. I pulled out my phone and read through every message again, each one like a puzzle piece that did not quite fit. My mind kept circling back to that line from the forum, "Don't let it in." I decided then that I would not go outside no matter what, no matter how many times it asked, no matter how real it felt. I would not give it what it wanted. The next night I sat by the window again. I watched the street, the way the shadows seemed to stretch and move when I wasn't looking directly at them. At 3 in the morning, the message came again. Go outside. Let's talk. I didn't move. I didn't even look at the phone. I just sat there, my hands clenched into fists in my lap, my breath slow and steady. Outside, the night was silent, but I could feel it. I could feel the weight of its attention, like a hand pressed against the glass. I sat there until the first light of dawn touched the sky, the shadows pulling back and leaving the world clean and new. I felt like I had won something, even if it was just for one more night. When I went to work the next day, I felt different, tired but resolute. My boss met my eyes for the first time in days, and I saw the same quiet determination there. We didn't speak about it. We didn't have to. We both knew that whatever this was, we were in it together. The final night began like all the others. I made tea, turned on every light in the house, and settled into my usual chair by the window. My phone lay face down on the coffee table, the weight of it like an unspoken question in the quiet room. I watched the street, the way the shadows played under the soft glow of the lampposts. Everything looked so normal, so ordinary, but the stillness felt charged with something I could not name. I thought about all the nights that had come before, each one a test of my resolve. I thought about the messages, the notes, the voice outside my window. I thought about my boss and the look in his eyes that told me he understood more than either of us wanted to admit. And I thought about that line I had read on the forum, the one that had become my mantra. Don't let it in. At exactly 3 in the morning, my phone buzzed once. I did not pick it up. I did not need to. I already knew what it would say. Go outside. Let's talk. I closed my eyes and let the words wash over me, feeling the familiar chill crawl down my spine. But I did not move. Minutes passed. The room was so quiet I could hear the soft tick of the kitchen clock. I kept my breathing slow and even, my hands resting in my lap. Outside the window, the world looked unchanged. But I knew better. I could feel it, the weight of something standing just beyond the glow of the porch light. I thought about the figure I had seen that day on the street, the way it had watched me without moving. I thought about the voice in the dark, the way it had whispered my name like it was something it owned. And I thought about the note I had found that said, "You are almost ready." I did not know what it wanted from me. Maybe it was nothing more than to see me open the door, to see me take that first step outside. Maybe it was something older and colder than I could understand. But I knew one thing for sure. I was not going to give it what it wanted. I sat there until the first light of dawn turned the sky, a soft, pale gold. The message was still on my phone, the screen dark and silent. I stood up, my legs stiff and aching, and walked to the window. I pulled the curtains back and looked out at the empty street. The world looked so peaceful in the early morning light, and for a moment I let myself believe that it was over, that whatever it was, it had given up. I turned away and went to wake my son. He was still sleeping, his small body curled under the blankets. I brushed a strand of hair from his forehead and kissed his cheek. The normalcy of it grounded me, reminded me of who I was and what I was fighting for. At work, my boss caught my eye as I walked in. He looked better, the shadows under his eyes not as dark as they had been. He gave me a small nod, and I nodded back. We did not need to say anything. We both knew that whatever had been haunting us had started to lose its hold. The rest of the day passed in a gentle blur. I answered emails, made small talk with my coworkers, and for the first time in weeks, I felt like I was part of the world again. The weight that had been pressing down on me for so long felt lighter, like I could finally take a full breath. That night, I did not sit by the window. I did not make tea or turn on every light. I let the house stay quiet, the soft shadows pooling in the corners like they always had. I put my phone in a drawer and left it there, refusing to let its buzzing pull me back into the fear. When I lay down to sleep, I felt the bed settle around me like an embrace. I closed my eyes and listened to the gentle sounds of the house, the pipes clicking softly as they cooled, the wind brushing against the glass. No tapping, no voice, just the quiet comfort of being inside, safe. I dreamed of the ocean that night, of standing on the shore, the waves rolling in and out, each one a soft hush against the sand. I dreamed of the sun on my face, warm and bright, and the feeling of being small in a vast open world. It was the kind of dream that left me calm when I woke, the kind that felt more real than anything else. In the morning, I checked my phone. There was no new message, no whisper in the dark, just the normal clutter of notifications and missed calls that life always brings. I smiled and put it back in the drawer. As the days turned into weeks, the messages stopped altogether. My boss and I never spoke of it again, but I could tell from the way he carried himself that he felt it too, the shift, the release of something that had been gripping us so tightly. We went back to our routines, our small talk and our coffee breaks, and little by little, the weight of those nights became just another story I carried with me. A memory that reminded me how close the past can feel when you let it in. Sometimes late at night, I still find myself listening to the quiet. I still watch the shadows, just to be sure, but there is no fear in it anymore. Just a quiet vigilance, a reminder that I am stronger than the things that tried to break me. I do not know what it was that haunted me, if it was something in the dark, or just the echo of old fears that found a new voice. Maybe it does not matter. What matters is that I did not let it in. And now, when I walk out into the world, I carry that knowledge with me like a shield, the certainty that no matter what waits in the night, I am not alone, and I will not be moved. I hike alone a lot. I know how that sounds, and I get the usual warnings from people: don't go too deep into the back country, keep your phone on, share your location, bring bear spray, all of that. And I do. I take it seriously. I'm not out here trying to be some story people whisper about later. I just like the quiet, being out where everything is still and slow and doesn't ask anything from you. No screens, no emails, just air and trees and time to think. This happened in Oregon, not far from a trailhead I've used before. It's about an hour-and-a-half drive from where I live. A decent loop, maybe 12 miles total if you stretch it out by exploring some of the offshoots. I'd gone there a couple of times over the summer and figured it would be a good spot to hit before the weather turned bad. It was a weekday. I took time off work to go, which is part of what made it feel good. Everyone else was probably stuck at their desks, while I had the whole forest to myself. It was a little chilly, but the sky was clear, and I had packed layers. I parked around 10 in the morning, texted my friend that I'd be out of service for a bit, and started in. The first few miles were completely uneventful. There was still dew on the ground and a few birds making noise in the canopy, but nothing unusual. I passed a couple small trail markers and one faded wooden sign I had seen before that looked like it hadn't been replaced in decades. I had service for the first mile or two, then it dropped off like usual. By the time I was about 6 miles in, I was starting to think about heading back. I was near this little fork where one path slopes uphill into a more densely wooded section, and the other curves down and eventually loops back to the base. I usually take the uphill one because it's quieter and less trafficked, but something made me pause. Not a sound or anything, just a weird sort of stillness, like the air around me had gone flat. And then I saw her. Off to the left side of the trail, maybe 10 or 15 feet into the brush, there was a woman sitting on the ground. She was barefoot, wearing what looked like a loose t-shirt and dark pants. Her head was down, and her hair was hanging in front of her face. At first, I thought maybe she had fallen or gotten lost. She wasn't making any noise, but her shoulders were shaking slightly like she was crying. I froze. I didn't know what to say at first. It was just such a strange thing to see that far out. I stepped a little closer and said, "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't look up, didn't speak, just sat there, shoulders moving in these slow, steady jerks like she was sobbing, but there was no sound. I tried again. "Are you hurt? I can call someone well once I get a signal." Still nothing, no reaction. I glanced back down the trail, thinking maybe she was with someone. Maybe a friend had gone to get help, or maybe she had wandered away from a campsite, but there was no one else around. No sound of footsteps, no backpacks, no gear, nothing. I looked back at her and noticed something that hadn't clicked before. Her feet. They were bare. Yeah, but they weren't dirty. I don't know why that stood out to me. They should have been caked with mud or leaves, or at least looked scratched up, but they were clean, like she had just taken her shoes off a minute ago. Something about that gave me pause, that and the way she wasn't reacting at all, not to me, not to anything. I told her I was going to try and get a signal, and stepped off the trail in the opposite direction to see if climbing the ridge a little would help. I only got a few steps in before I stopped cold. There was a man crouched behind a fallen log about 20 feet away. He was wearing dark clothes, gloves, a cap pulled low. He wasn't moving, not blinking, not adjusting, just completely still like he had been there a long time. And he was looking at me. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I just stared back, waiting for something to shift, for him to stand up, for him to shout, for him to do anything, but he didn't. He just stayed crouched, half hidden behind the log, watching. The woman still hadn't moved. That was the moment I felt it, this heavy, pressurized understanding in my chest that I was not supposed to be here, that this was not what it looked like, that the crying woman was not in trouble. She was bait. I don't remember turning. I don't remember backing away. I just know I ran, full-on sprinted. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he was following. I didn't want to see what else might be in those woods. I didn't stop until I hit the main part of the loop, and even then, I barely slowed down. I kept running until I could see the parking lot through the trees. My legs felt like rubber, and my lungs were burning, but I didn't stop. There were no other cars, just mine. I jumped in, locked the doors, and peeled out of there so fast I almost drove off the shoulder. I didn't stop until I hit a gas station about 30 minutes away, where I finally had enough signal to call the local authorities. I told them everything, where it was, what I saw, what direction I had been heading. The operator said they'd send someone out. I gave them my contact info and waited for them to call back. When they did, a couple hours later, the deputy on the line told me they hadn't found anyone. No woman, no man, no tracks, no signs, no evidence that anyone had been off trail at all. They said it was probably a misunderstanding. Maybe I saw a hiker and panicked. Maybe it was a couple and I spooked them. But I know what I saw. And that night, someone tried my front door handle. 4 times. At first, I thought it was just the wind. You know how old buildings are. My front door sometimes creaks or clicks when it's cold, especially if there's a draft under it. But this wasn't that. It wasn't random. It wasn't one soft sound. It was 4 deliberate turns, 4 distinct metallic clinks as someone tried the handle. I was already in bed. It was a little after midnight. I had been lying there for a while, staring at the ceiling, too wired to sleep. The whole hike had left me feeling off. Not scared exactly, not until that moment, but unsettled in a way I couldn't shake. Like I had walked into something I wasn't meant to see, and somehow brought a piece of it back with me. When I heard the sound, I sat up immediately, just froze, didn't breathe. My bedroom faces the back of the house, but I could picture the layout in my head perfectly. The front door is right off the main hallway, just 2 rooms away. I waited, heart pounding hard in that dry, empty way, and counted the clicks again. 1. Pause. 2. Slightly longer pause. 3, 4. Each one slower than the last. Like whoever was out there didn't want to open the door all at once, like they were testing it, trying to feel how far the latch would go, if it was locked, if it was going to give. I got up as quietly as I could and crept to the hallway. The light from the street lamp outside slanted in through the curtain just enough to see shapes, the outline of my coat on the hook, the curve of the table by the wall, the frame of the door. Nothing moved. I don't own a gun, never really saw the point. I had pepper spray somewhere, but I couldn't remember where I'd put it. I ended up grabbing this heavy ceramic lamp from the side table. Dumb, I know. Like I was going to fight someone off with a lamp, but it made me feel less helpless. I waited there for a long time, probably 10 or 15 minutes. Didn't move, didn't hear anything else. Just the sound of my own breathing and the blood in my ears. I called the sheriff's department again. I gave them my case number from the day before and told them what happened during the night. The woman on the phone sounded polite but tired. She said someone would swing by to make a report. I waited all day, but no one came. By the time it got dark again, I had barricaded the door with a chair and a piece of plywood from the shed. I put it up against the inside and wedged it behind the table. Was it excessive? Yeah, maybe. But I couldn't shake what I had seen in the woods. The stillness of that woman, the crouching man with the gloves, the silence between them. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to walk over and peek through the peephole. No one. No cars, no footsteps fading down the street. Nothing. I checked the locks again. Top deadbolt still secure. Bottom knob untouched. The little chain across the frame still in place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that if I had left even one of those unlocked, I wouldn't be standing there. That I'd be gone. Or worse, not gone at all. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on the couch with the lamp still in my lap and the hallway light on, staring at the door like it might come to life. The next morning, I checked the outside, walked around the porch, looked for footprints. There wasn't anything obvious, but the dirt under the steps looked a little off, like it had been shifted. No shoe prints, no boot treads, just a soft sort of indentation, like someone had stood there and rocked slightly back and forth. It wasn't natural. It wasn't just two people in the wrong place. I started trying to look things up, missing person reports, weird incidents in national forests, anything that might explain what I saw. I went through pages and pages of headlines, some recent, some from years ago. A few stories matched parts of it, people who went missing while hiking, strange disappearances, unidentifiable remains found deep in remote areas, but nothing exact. Nothing with that specific combination of bait and ambush. But there were enough of them that it started to feel like a pattern. Most of the people who vanished were solo hikers. Most were reported missing days later, when no one had heard from them. Some were never found. Some were recovered far from where they were last seen. A few left behind strange notes or voicemails. Most had no warning at all. I started wondering if anyone else had seen what I had. If anyone had ever reported a woman sitting barefoot off the trail, crying without making a sound. If anyone else had turned away and seen the man waiting behind the log. What if they hadn't run? That question stayed with me. What if they stepped closer? What if they tried to help? What if I had? I called the sheriff's department again the next day. This time I got a different person. I asked for an update. The guy didn't sound like he knew what I was talking about. I gave him my name, my address, the trail I was on, the report number. He put me on hold for a long time, then came back and said it must still be under review. He didn't have any new info. Said if there were no signs of criminal activity, they might just close it out. I asked him if anyone else had reported anything from that area. He said no. I asked if they ever patrolled that trail or sent drones out there. He paused for a second, then said not, unless there was an active emergency or a call for help. That forest covered a lot of ground, not enough staff to monitor every stretch. So I thanked him and hung up. I stared at the front door for a long time after that, wondering if the man had followed me back, wondering if I had somehow led him here, or if maybe he already knew where I lived before I ever set foot on that trail. Because the part that keeps me up at night isn't just what I saw. It's the feeling I had when I looked at her. The woman didn't look surprised to see me. She looked like she had been waiting. I kept trying to move on like it hadn't happened. That's what you do, right? You tell yourself it was weird, but not dangerous. You tell yourself maybe it was some strange misunderstanding. Some local couple messing around, or someone filming a prank video, or testing some experimental art thing out in the woods. Anything that makes it smaller, less serious. But I didn't believe that. I couldn't. It wasn't just the silence, or the way they were positioned, or the gloves. It was everything together, the timing, the distance from the trail. The way she didn't look at me, not even once. The way the man didn't flinch when I saw him. Like he didn't care. Like he expected to be seen eventually, and had already decided how it would go. I tried not to think about what might have happened if I had taken another step toward her, or if I hadn't noticed him behind the log. That part still sits in my chest like a weight I can't shift. I didn't go outside for a few days after the door handle thing. I worked from home, turned down invitations, barely even went near the windows after dark. I told myself I was being smart, careful, that it was just temporary, but deep down I knew it was fear. Not the kind that fades after a bad dream, the kind that crawls into your routines and starts shaping your decisions without asking. A week passed, no more knocks, no more handle rattles, no more strange cars parked out front. For a while, I convinced myself maybe it really was over, that maybe I had panicked, and whoever was out there had moved on, that it had nothing to do with the woman, or the man, or the trail. Then I got the call. It was from a blocked number. I usually don't answer those, but something about the timing made me pick up. There was a pause at first, just silence on the other end. I almost hung up. But then a voice came through, a man's voice, calm, flat. He said, "You shouldn't have run." That's all. I didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't threatening exactly. There was no shouting, no rage, just that awful calmness. The kind that means they don't need to scare you, because they already know you're scared. I didn't say anything. I just ended the call and sat there staring at the screen like it might explain something. My hands were shaking, but it took a while to realize it. I went into the call log and took a screenshot, even though there was no number listed, just unknown. I reported it, obviously, called the police again, gave them the whole thing, the woods, the people, the door handle, now the call. They told me to file an official report in person. I did. They asked if I had any video evidence, any threats, anything I could actually hand over. I told them no, just the feeling that someone was watching me, just the voice. They took down the information, gave me a case number, and said they'd follow up if anything else happened. That was the last I heard from them. I started changing my habits after that, swapped out my morning walk for a treadmill, took a different route to the grocery store, covered the peephole on my door, put tape over the webcam on my laptop. Stuff that maybe looks paranoid from the outside, but felt necessary in the moment. I also stopped hiking. That was the hardest part. The outdoors had always been my reset button, the thing I did when my brain got too loud, and now it felt like that space had been taken from me, tainted. Not because of the woods themselves, but because of what had been waiting in them, watching from the edge. One night, I couldn't sleep again. It was 2 a.m, and I was sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of cold tea and a news tab open on my laptop. I wasn't really reading, just scrolling, trying to feel connected to something that made sense. I don't even know why I did it, but I searched for reports again, not just missing hikers this time, but arrests, human trafficking, suspicious activity in remote areas. It felt like grasping at smoke, but I needed to find something, some piece that made the whole thing feel real in a way that people would believe. That's when I found a story. It was local, published 3 years ago. Brief, barely a few paragraphs long. A man had been arrested for attempting to abduct a woman from a state park in southern Oregon. She had been hiking alone and was approached by someone who claimed his friend needed help. When she followed him off the trail, another man had been waiting behind a tree. She saw him just in time, ran, and flagged down another hiker near the parking area. The police caught one of them later, but the second man disappeared. The article mentioned that there had been similar incidents in other areas but didn't elaborate. No names, no charges filed. Just a single arrest and a vague comment from a ranger about possible trafficking activity. That word trafficking hit me harder than I expected, not because it surprised me, but because it didn't. It made too much sense. The gloves, the silence, the location, the bait. I tried finding more about the story, looked up court records, local blogs, forums, nothing else. It had all gone quiet after the arrest. Like someone had shut it down, or no one cared enough to follow up. I started thinking again about how clean her feet were, how she hadn't looked up, how still she was, like she wasn't acting scared, like she wasn't acting at all. Maybe she had done it before. Maybe that was her role. The scariest part isn't the idea that it was some random attack. The scariest part is the possibility that it wasn't random at all, that it was a system, a routine, something organized and practiced and deliberate, that they weren't just hoping someone would show up. They were waiting for someone like me, someone alone, someone curious, someone kind enough to stop. I don't know why they didn't follow through. I don't know why they let me go. Maybe because I saw him too early. Maybe because they realized I wasn't going to play along. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Maybe it wasn't about me at all. Maybe I was just a trial run. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the sound of the door handle turning. And I wonder if they're still out there, just waiting for the next person to stop and ask, "Are you okay?" It's strange what your brain starts doing when it doesn't feel safe in your own home. Every sound becomes a pattern. Every shadow feels deliberate. You stop trusting doors to stay shut and windows to stay locked, even when you've checked them twice, maybe especially then. After the call, the one with the man saying, "You shouldn't have run," I started sleeping with my phone recording. Not video, just audio. I'd set it on the nightstand and hit record before bed. I told myself I wasn't expecting anything, that I just needed proof in case something happened. But really, I think I wanted to know if something was happening when I was asleep. The first few nights were nothing but hours of silence, punctuated by the occasional toss of a blanket or a creak from the floor. But the fourth night, around 3 a.m, there was a sound I couldn't explain. It was faint, barely louder than a whisper, but it was there. 3 slow knocks. Not on the front door, not on any wall. It sounded like they came from inside the house. I replayed it a dozen times, tried to isolate it, boosted the audio, ran it through some free filter software. Same result every time. 3 knocks, not aggressive, not urgent. Just testing, like they were checking to see if I would respond. I didn't. I packed a bag the next morning and stayed with an old coworker for the weekend. I didn't tell her much, just said there had been someone prowling around my place, and I didn't feel comfortable being alone. She didn't ask questions. We watched movies, made pancakes, played cards. It felt normal, safe, and for a little while, I almost convinced myself that the whole thing was in my head. But when I got home, I found something wedged between the front screen door and the main one. It was a scrap of paper, torn, like it had been ripped from a notebook, folded twice, nothing written on it, just blank. Except it wasn't. When I turned it in the light, I saw it had been pressed into with something sharp, a knife maybe, or a pen without ink. Just enough pressure to leave a shallow impression. It said, "We wait." Not signed, not dated, just that, 2 words. I put the paper in a Ziploc bag and stored it in the freezer, mostly because I didn't know what else to do with it. I didn't want it out in the open, but I didn't want to throw it away either. That felt too final, like I might need it later. I stopped calling the police. It was clear they weren't going to do anything unless I had video of someone standing on my porch with a crowbar. And even then, maybe not. I get it in a way. I don't have a face. I don't have a license plate. Just feelings and impressions and a story that sounds like a campfire tale. I started doing more research. Late night scrolling through news articles and Reddit threads and amateur investigation blogs. I found more than I expected. Stories that didn't get picked up by the major outlets. Local forums where people talked about weird things happening in remote areas, missing hikers, abandoned campsites, equipment left behind like someone just walked away mid-meal. But there was one post that stuck with me. It was short. A user claiming they had gone camping near a river in central Oregon, woke up around 2 in the morning, and saw what they thought was a woman standing just outside their tent, barefoot, not speaking. Just standing there. They didn't unzip the tent, just waited, frozen, until she walked away. The comments were the usual mix of skepticism and jokes, but one reply caught my eye. Someone said they had seen something similar in a different park 3 years earlier. Same details, barefoot woman. No words, just watching. That's when it hit me. It wasn't random, it was repeated. Not the same people maybe, not the same woods, but the same setup, the same bait. I started keeping notes, dates, places, names when I could find them. I wasn't trying to solve anything. I'm not a detective. I just didn't want to feel powerless anymore. One night I mapped them out, pinned every story I could find that matched the pattern, even loosely. Oregon, Washington, Northern California, all along forest corridors. All within a few miles of lesser-known trails. Not the major tourist loops, the smaller ones, the ones where people go to be alone. It looked like a network. I don't know if that was real or just how my brain needed to see it, but it didn't feel random, and it didn't feel like something one person could do alone. And then something weird happened. Nothing. No calls, no knocks, no notes. Days passed, then a week, then another. My anxiety didn't go away, but it shifted. It went from dread to confusion, like waiting for a punch that never lands. It almost felt worse. I went back to the trailhead. I know how that sounds, and maybe it was reckless, but I had to see it again, not to confront anyone, not to go deep. Just to stand there at the edge and see if the world still looked the same. I didn't hike in, just parked and stood near the sign, the one with the faded letters and the carved initials from 100 past visitors. The forest looked normal, beautiful even. The light filtered through the trees the same way it always had. Birds chirped. Wind moved gently through the branches. It didn't feel haunted. It felt empty. Too empty. There were no cars in the lot besides mine, no fresh footprints in the dirt, no wrappers, no signs that anyone had been through recently. Like they had moved on. Or like the trail had served its purpose. I got back in my car and locked the doors, sat there for a few minutes, staring into the tree line. I didn't see her. I didn't see him. But I didn't expect to. Because I'm starting to think it doesn't work that way. They don't come to you unless you don't know what's happening. That's the point. It's the not knowing that makes you vulnerable. And now that I know even just a little, I think that means I'm not the one they want anymore. Which is almost a relief. Almost. Except it also means they're looking for someone else. After that trip back to the trailhead, I didn't sleep well for a long time. I kept thinking I would feel better, that standing there again would give me some kind of closure, but it didn't. It just reminded me that the trail was still there, that nothing had changed except me. The forest hadn't closed. There weren't warning signs. No patrol cars parked nearby. It was still just another hiking route to most people. Still listed on all the travel blogs and outdoor forums like nothing had ever happened there. And maybe nothing did. Not officially. That part bothered me more than I thought it would. The way something can almost happen and then just vanish. Like it was designed not to leave a mark. No reports, no missing person flyers, no bodies. No noise, just enough to make you question it. It made me start noticing things in a different way. People mostly. Small things. Like the guy who lingered too long near a women's restroom at a rest stop. Or the couple who walked a little too far apart on a downtown sidewalk, the woman looking down while the man talked and never turned his head. I know I sound paranoid. I hear it even as I say it. But once you start seeing people as possible threats instead of background noise, it's hard to go back. I tried explaining it to a friend one night. Not everything, just a version of it. I said I had come across something strange while hiking, and it had shaken me up. She asked what I meant by strange. I gave her pieces, said I saw a woman crying off trail, and a man nearby who felt wrong, and that I left fast. I didn't mention the gloves, or the phone call, or the knocks. I just wanted to see if the bare bones of the story would make sense to someone else. She listened quietly, nodded, said it was probably just a squatter, or maybe someone having a mental health crisis in the woods. Happens more than people realize. She said I probably did the right thing by leaving, but that I shouldn't let one weird encounter ruin something I loved. I nodded too. Then I changed the subject. She meant well, but it was obvious she didn't really believe there was more to it, and maybe that's why this works. Because people don't expect others to lie in the dirt and wait behind logs with gloves on. Because we still give the benefit of the doubt when someone's crying alone. Because we assume in the best way that someone needs help and that we should offer it. And sometimes we're right. But sometimes we're not. I started locking everything at night in a kind of ritual. not just doors and windows. I would check under the bed, inside the closet, behind the shower curtain. I would look out the peephole for a full minute before I went to sleep, just standing there, listening. There were no more calls, no more knocks, no more notes. But I still didn't feel alone. I went back through my phone at one point and found the original photo I took of the trailhead sign back when I first arrived that day. I zoomed in on it, not really knowing why, just searching for something. Maybe a shape in the trees, a reflection in the glass of my car, but there was nothing, no figures, no clues. But I did notice something else. The timestamp. I remembered arriving at the trailhead just after 10 in the morning. I had checked the clock in my car. I remember thinking I had plenty of time before sundown, but the photo was marked 9:38. I checked the camera app settings, checked the system clock on my phone. Everything looked normal. So why was there a 30-minute gap? I know that doesn't sound like much. Phones glitch. GPS sync can lag. Maybe I bumped a setting at some point, but it still sat wrong with me. That 30-minute gap between what I remembered and what the phone recorded. What if I didn't leave right after I saw the man? What if I waited a little longer than I thought? What if I lost time? I don't remember anything like that. There's no blank space in my memory, no blackout. But it made me wonder if that whole experience had been longer than I realized. If maybe I had stood there longer than I thought, frozen, trying to decide whether to help her, whether to step off the trail. I'll never know. And I think that's the worst part. Not the fear, not the paranoia, the not knowing, the silence after something that should have echoed. Weeks passed, then months. I kept checking the local news. Every few days I'd scroll through the police blotter, the local arrest logs, the missing persons reports. I even signed up for alerts from a couple of trail safety apps, just in case something came up near that area. Nothing ever did. Not even close. The closest thing I ever found was a small notice on a community bulletin board from a nearby town. It said a local volunteer group was looking for people to help clean up neglected trails and offshoot paths in the area. It was phrased like a call to service. Help us restore our forests, reconnect with nature. One of the trails listed was mine. It felt like a joke, or a dare, or maybe just a coincidence. But I took a screenshot anyway and saved it to the same folder where I kept the audio files, the blank paper, the screenshot of the blocked call. It's a strange little folder, tucked between work documents and grocery lists and receipts, but it's there, just in case. I haven't hiked since. I want to. I really do. Sometimes I even lace up my boots and sit on the edge of the bed, just staring at the floor. But I can't quite make myself go. Because I know how easy it is to walk just a few feet off the trail. And I know how quickly something can go wrong. And I know now how people can disappear without a trace. Not because they weren't strong, not because they were careless, but because someone out there was waiting for them to care. Just enough to stop. Eventually, I knew I had to talk to someone, not a friend, not family, someone who wouldn't try to smooth it over or wave it away. I found a therapist a few towns over. I picked her because her website didn't feel like it was trying too hard to sell me anything. It just said she worked with trauma, anxiety, people who had experienced something unusual, and were having trouble putting it down. That last part got me. I didn't tell her the full story right away, just parts. I said I saw something in the woods that unsettled me, that I was having trouble feeling safe again, even though nothing had technically happened. I told her about the door handle, the phone call, the strange silences, but I left out the details about the man behind the log and the way the woman sat without blinking. She didn't laugh, she didn't even blink, just asked questions, measured ones. She asked how long I had felt like someone was watching me, if I had experienced anything like this before, if I had a history of panic, of sleep problems, of memory loss. I said no, because it was true. She asked if I thought I was in danger now, and I didn't know how to answer that. That was the hardest part, the thing I kept coming back to, not knowing, because nothing ever came from it. No follow-up, no knock at the door in the middle of the night, no second photo. No sign that I was still being watched, just a long, drawn-out silence. And yet, I still kept checking. Every night, I would go through the same routine, lock the doors, check the windows, turn off the lights, then sit in the dark and listen, not for anything in particular, just in case. She asked me once what the worst-case scenario was, the thing I believed deep down, even if I didn't say it out loud. And I told her that it wasn't random, that it wasn't just some deranged couple in the woods or a stalker with too much time on his hands, that it was organized, practiced, that the woman was part of it, that she had been doing it for a while, and that the man behind the log wasn't alone, that there were others, maybe not in the woods that day, but somewhere nearby, watching, learning, waiting for someone to take the bait. She didn't argue, just nodded once and wrote something down. A few weeks later, I started to sleep again. Not all night, not every night, but enough to feel my shoulders drop a little when I walked through the door. Enough to stop flinching at every creak in the floor. I even started walking again. Not hiking, not yet, but around the neighborhood, middle of the day, sun high, people out mowing lawns and kids biking on sidewalks. I told myself I would go a little farther each week, that I would start rebuilding the muscle of trust, not in people exactly, but in places, in sidewalks and porches and open windows that did not mean danger. And slowly, it started to work. I got back into some routines. I started reading again. I cooked real meals instead of frozen ones. I even made plans to travel for work, which I hadn't done since everything happened. Then one morning, months after it all started, I got an envelope in the mail. No return address, no name, just my address written in careful block letters. It wasn't a bill. It wasn't junk. It was thick, like it had something inside besides paper. I sat there holding it for a long time, just staring. Eventually, I opened it. Inside was a single photograph. Not of me, not of my house, not of the trail. It was a photo of another person. A man, middle-aged, standing on a rocky path near a tree line. His back was to the camera. He had a backpack on, one foot just off the edge of the trail. The kind of moment you catch right before someone disappears into the woods. On the back, someone had written a date. That date was 3 days ago. I checked the news, checked social media, checked local missing persons bulletins. Nothing came up. No alerts, no calls for help, no family members posting his face on Facebook. No signs of anyone looking for him yet. But I knew what this was. I took the envelope to the police. I sat in the small beige room with a detective who looked more tired than suspicious. I told him everything. From the trail to the woman, to the man behind the log, to the phone call, the door handle, the note, the photograph. He took notes, asked me to leave the photo and envelope. He said they would look into it. And maybe they will. Maybe they won't. But I realized, walking out of that building, that I had done the one thing I hadn't done since the beginning. I handed it off. I let it go. Not because I think I'm safe now, not because I think it's over, but because I know I was never supposed to fix it. I was just someone who walked too far down the wrong trail and saw something I wasn't meant to see. That happens sometimes. You stumble across something. You don't get answers. You don't get closure. You just get out. And that has to be enough. It is for me. Because I've stopped waiting for them to come back. I've stopped asking why the woman didn't move, or why the man had gloves, or how they found my address. Some things aren't meant to be solved. Some things aren't puzzles. They're warnings. And if you're lucky, you walk away before the question ever turns into a consequence. I was lucky. I ran, and I never went back.